All right, it being 6 o'clock, I'll convene the meeting of the Westborough Select Board. Thank you all for coming in tonight. I would just like to say thank you to Westborough TV for live streaming and recording this meeting. For all those that would like to join us, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll just open up if anyone's here for open forum. Come on up, Joanne. So this is Aramini.
Hi, Joanne Aramini, 7 Meadow Road. As you know, we've been following the B-Walt multi-use trail project. And at this point, we still have some continued concerns about transparency. We know that the treatment plant board a couple of months ago sent you all a letter outlining their concerns. And we also know that the treatment plant board requested 2 meetings with town officials, including the town manager, to voice those concerns. And at last week's meeting, a select board meeting, the town manager referenced that a little over a month ago she attended one of those meetings. Yet, none of that information has been discussed or presented at the selectmen meeting so that the public can be aware. And it's just very frustrating to see this project not being treated like all of the other projects. This is a big ticket project costing millions of dollars, and you all have agenda items about all the other projects that we're doing in town that are costing millions of dollars, but not this one. So I would like to ask that the town manager at tonight's meeting, in her update report, that she specifically outline the concerns that the treatment plant board has about this trail running through the town sewer facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. I'll just mention that we have requested, or we are planning a meeting, a mutual meeting between, or joint meeting between the Planning Board and the Board of Selectmen in mid-January, and we have asked that the Waste Treatment Committee also present in early February both their financial report as well as potentially also there are any plans for the plant's future use. So. Understood. I just want to make you aware of that continuing conversation.
Thank you.
Sure. Anyone else here for open forum? Come on up, Kate.
Good evening. Kate Storm, 17 Walker Street, and Chair of the Board of Directors for Westborough Connects.
Good evening. Kelly Petralia, 143 Fisher Street, and Executive Director of Westborough Connects. And we have several board members joining us here tonight as well.
So we come to you tonight to share our concerns about emails we have received across the span of the past few years, which have been harassing in nature. At times, the emails are specifically directed at Westborough Connects, with criticisms of our initiatives such as Kindness Week or various communications that we have sent out to the community. Many times, these emails are also sent to other boards or individuals serving on Westborough town committees or employed by the town, including the Select Board and School Committee. These emails have originated from a very few residents of Westborough. While the subjects sometimes coincide with matters before the town, they are very often relate to topics that have nothing to do with Westborough or are outside of the purview of the people that they are addressed to, especially recently. Frequently, there is name-calling as well as implicit undertones of racism, bigotry, and identity-based bullying. There are no clear requests or motivation included with these emails other than to intimidate and upset the recipients. Westborough Connects respects and supports the right to freedom of speech. As a community organization with an increasing base of individuals who know about our work, we are not immune to criticism. We accept constructive feedback to help us learn and grow as an organization. We are a non-political organization that does not endorse any political party or individual, but we do encourage civic participation, including the choice to run for public office, and support constructive dialogue, as well as believe that it is a sign of a healthy democracy. However, the emails that we have been witness to are not constructive, nor do they invite dialogue. They target individuals based on their perceived identity, sometimes insult individuals, are willfully malicious, and have caused emotional distress to many involved.
To date, Westborough Connect's position has been to not respond to emails that are not directed to us and do not pertain to our specific actions, plans, or team members. Our only actions have been to reach out to the individuals who are on the receiving end of the emails to offer support and let them know that they are not alone. Over time, and through observation of the more than 150 email exchanges since 2021, we have come to realize that this is not enough. We are concerned that harassing emails and other bullying behavior will dissuade talented and qualified people from future service in important roles throughout town. We recognize that this may be the intent. We are further moved by the harm and hurt we know it is already causing individuals. As a values-based organization, we recognize that it is time to take a stand in alignment with those values and in support of the community we serve. And so today, we are here before you, this board, to publicly reject the abusive emails that have been directed at town boards, individual members of boards and committees, and town employees. Moving forward, we will rise as upstanders in support of those who are targeted, and we will work to equip our organization to confidently counter any efforts to intimidate or harass via these emails or when we observe it in person. To that end, we are members of the Metro West Identity-Based Anti-Bullying Coalition, led by Spark Kindness of Natick. We have been in touch with them about this and will report back to this board and others as that coalition develops further and has resources to offer, including bystander training opportunities. We will also be addressing the Westborough School Committee at its open forum during the December 4th meeting. Finally, to you, Alan, Ian, Patrick, Shelby, and Sean, thank you for your service.
Thank you for your kind words. I certainly appreciate them. I will just say that I look forward to those future reports. Anyone else here for open forum? Seeing none, we'll move on. We are not ready for our public hearing on the tax classification. So why don't we move forward with our appointments? Christy, do you want to introduce her? I can.
You want me to go?
I can.
Yeah, so we have two appointments before the board. The first is for the Sandra Pond Conservation Area Warden. Andrew Moritz has sent a letter of interest per our process to be appointed, and the term is for July 1 to July 30 of the fiscal year. Not including Mr. Moritz's appointment, there are 3 vacancies that remain on this committee. And so I would move to appoint Andrew Moritz as Sandra Pond Conservation Area Warden for a term to expire June 30, 2025.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moritz. I'll move to the second one, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
Daniel Lozo, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, apologies if not, has sent a letter of interest to be appointed to the Local Emergency Planning Committee as an operator of a facility. He is the general manager of Lineage on Otis Street, and the Local Area Planning Committee, just for background, the bylaw dictates that its committees be made up of 3 operators of facilities. Mr. Lozo meets this criteria, and his appointment would be the 3rd seat. He is replacing someone who retired in his organization. So I would move to appoint Daniel Lozo to the Local Emergency Planning Committee as operator of facilities for a term to expire June 30, 2027.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And I will just echo that I appreciate Mr. Lozo and Mr. Moritz volunteering to be part of these positions. They are, as many positions are, all positions within the community boards and committees are important to the community to move forward. So thank you very much. With that said, I think we still have 2 minutes. Why don't we move on to meeting minutes? Item 9.
I move we approve the select board meeting minutes from October 21st, 2024 as presented.
Second.
Any discussion?
Thank you, Sheila.
Should we go slow?
Seeing none, all those in favor? 4-0, thank you. All right. I was hoping to do this later, but are you want to do the town manager report? Maybe that would
Sure.
get us through.
So for the town manager report, we have an update related to Westborough Mobile. As the board's aware, Westborough Mobile came before you and in a hearing related to their Class 2 license, and the board did request an updated parking plan for Westborough Mobile, which was requested by a specific deadline. So they did submit their parking plan, and that has been shared with the building, fire, and police departments, with comments that were due back to us yesterday, to our office. And so we'll be sharing those comments with the license holder and get an updated parking plan per those comments by our boards, which is what this board had indicated. Related to the Metro West Rec, the Southborough Select Board is meeting tonight to consider signing the updated intermunicipal agreement that was amended and restated to include Southborough. If their board signs as written, the contracts will be circulated to Grafton and Westborough for signature pursuant to the votes taken by each of those boards on November 12th. In addition to working on building design, the governing board is working on establishing itself as a municipal subdivision with its own legal and financial services, insurance, and retirement. So that's a subject of our meeting tomorrow, which is a public meeting, 9:30 at the fire station. We're going to talk about that as well as design of the building. And just as I think I've mentioned before, our intent is to do a larger public meeting on this project in the month of December. But all of our meetings, I should remind, all of our meetings every other week are public. The public's welcome to attend, but we'll do more of a larger engagement meeting in December. For department updates, the Board of Health is going through permitting season, so they're currently processing applications for food establishments, pools, body art warehouses, stables, tobacco, and funeral directors. They've conducted flu clinics for staff at Town Hall, DPW, and the Senior Center. Clinics for the Forbes Building, Fire Department, and Police Department are scheduled to be completed in the next 2 weeks. Also, they're pleased to announce that the Greater Boroughs Partnership for Health has appointed a new epidemiologist to assist our towns. They'll play a key role in supporting research and development, as well as the implementation and communication of epidemiological aspects of public health efforts. In the DPW, a big thanks to Derek Sari and Kyle Rutkowski for their discovery of the major water leak near the Route 9 water tank. Due to the material involved and equipment required, the repairs being completed with the support of a contractor. Our tree warden, Kyle Grandel, secured a $91,000 grant to plant approximately 100 trees at the Lake Chauncey property. The select board approved the plantings earlier this year in anticipation of that grant award. And then we said farewell to Danny LaRoche last week and recognized his 38 years of service to the town. In the fire department, Lieutenant David Dutton, Lieutenant Chris DuBois, firefighter Sean Doherty, firefighter Patrick Sheridan, and firefighter Christopher Weinworm were awarded a unit citation for meritorious action by Governor Healy on November 18th at the Mechanics Hall in Worcester. These 5 members were instrumental in rescuing 2 civilians trapped at a building fire on South Street in June of this year. On November 18th, firefighter Norman Zakonski graduated from the Massachusetts Career Recruit Firefighting Academy. He's returning to work on November 19th and is assigned to Group 3 with Captain Keith Lermond. The fire department continues to respond to numerous outside fires with current drought conditions. The public is asked to not conduct any open burning until further notice. And then in the police department, the department has been actively focused on training. All officers recently completed their mental health first aid and fall firearms training. Additionally, officers are currently working through their required in-service training with the Municipal Police Training Council. The police department also welcomed their newest member, Matthew Faria, who joined on November 7th. He brings 2 years of experience from Townsend and has begun his field training program with the department. That completes the report I had prepared, just sort of speaking to what was just mentioned at open forum. I believe I have spoken to it before, but did want to just mention again, following that meeting with the wastewater treatment plant, concerns were raised. I did speak to the chair about those. And from that meeting, and when I did speak with you, I recommended that we have the joint meeting with the planning board, which is planned for January 16th. So specifically, the wastewater treatment plant board raised concerns about the BWAL possibly conflicting with future expansion. As this board is aware, and as I think the whole community is aware, we would certainly do nothing to stop sewer expansion, especially given the current moratorium. So we're trying to understand the wastewater treatment plant's board interest and plan for expansion, as is the town of Shrewsbury, who was also asked to come to that meeting. I think that's really what we learned from that meeting, more than the conflict with the potential trail, is that the treatment plant board is interested in expanding, and I think we're interested in hearing more about that.
Thank you, Christy. Welcome, Ian.
Thank you. Sorry I'm late.
No worries. Now we are beyond our time. It's 6:19, so we'll move to item 2 on the agenda, public hearing, FY 2025 tax classification hearing. Can I get a motion to open the hearing?
Move to open the public hearing.
Second.
Roll call vote. Edinburgh
Edinburgh, yes?
Johnson, yes?
Marshall, yes.
Keough, yes.
and Welch, yes.
I don't think we needed one, but
Oh, no? I thought we needed one. No? Okay.
It's that remote hybrid.
It's,
I know.
well, it's the close it though, I think.
I know.
Yeah,
It's
so,
okay.
yeah.
It's all good.
I get in the habit. Okay, so, let me just pull this up here. It's moving faster than I am. So I'll just open this up, this public hearing that we've opened. I'll just open it up to John to present our tax classification. Welcome, John.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, John Steinberg, Finance Director, here on behalf of the Board of Assessors. This is, as you know, my last tax classification hearing, potentially, I guess. I don't want to.
How many have you done, John?
I think 9.
9, okay.
This is number 9. And as such, I just want to take a minute to thank Leah Talbot and Linda Swaddell that taught me so much to get here. I want to thank my board, Mark Silverberg and Joe McDonough, for their support over the years, my current staff, Liz Scher, Joe O'Malley, and my successor, Wendy Alassi. I'm sure you will give her the support that you always gave me. Thank Christy and Kim for all their support over the years, and of course, the board and prior boards for all the support they gave me as I came into assessing, and we grew together into the situation, I guess, that we're in now, right? So with that, I'll begin the tax classification hearing. This is essentially what I can't do anymore, and as the assessor, now I need to be right, I guess. So the purpose of the hearing tonight is threefold: to vote to maintain a single rate or shift a portion of the levy from residential class to commercial, industrial, and personal property, to vote whether to adopt a residential exemption, and to vote whether to adopt a small commercial exemption. To give an overview of where we're at this year, our values have been certified by the state. So at a glance, where we come to and go from our fiscal 2024 levy limit, you add 2.5% plus new growth, which brings you to your fiscal 2025 levy limit. That's the amount of taxes you could raise as your max, as if you needed it. The actual levy for this year is $100,886,885, which is $13,633,200 less than the maximum allowable. That's your excess levy capacity. So to repeat, we have $13,633,200 that we could have taxed but are not. Point out to you that that is $1.1 million less than what we had last year. Our actual levy is $6.5 million above what the levy was last year. We no longer have our debt exclusion, and our new growth is down $566,000, but notable that most communities would kill for $3.1 million in growth. Total property value summary, our residential value is up in total 7.5%, commercial value 2.48%, industrial 5.28%, and you'll see personal property value up 20.5%, 20.49%, for a total increase in property value of 7.67% to $6.193,159,720 in value. And a quick summary down below of what the average single-family, average commercial, and average industrial properties did in value. You can see residential up 6.2%. Our average single-family value this year is $755,913. Average commercial, $2.373 million, and average industrial just over $4 million. And the average tax bills, if you maintain a single rate, would be $12,314 for a residential average single family, $38,662 for a commercial property, and $65,451 for your average industrial property. We'll go through a little bit of this in more detail, a little slower, now that I just sort of threw all that out at you. And a breakdown of our value by class. You can see we are still slightly over 70% residential. It actually declined a little bit this year compared to the past years, where it had been going in the other direction. We crossed over in 2023 for the first time over that 70% threshold, and the residential went down by 0.11% compared to the total non-residential value. Still a big number of non-residential value, 30% at almost $2 billion. And here's the chart again, one that repeats, but you can see the trend. I started doing this in 2012. We were 64.5% residential back then, even just after that. And now we're just over 70%.
John, could you just, for those of us that it's a bit of an eye chart, could you just tell us what those colors mean?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Of course. The blue one at the top, that's our residential value, up over 70%. The light blue is our total of the non-residential, so it's the sum of the three below that. The red is our commercial properties, that's office buildings, shopping centers. The green is industrial property, and I'll point out how those have crisscrossed right now. And the purple is personal property, which is, for those that don't know, it's the stuff that businesses have. Depending on the type of business, depends on what they're taxable for. You can see the big drop between 2017 and 2018. That was the departure of AstraZeneca, who took with them $2 million in personal property taxes that they had been paying. And when a company like that leaves with that type of tax bill, we don't lose taxes, we just lose who's paying them. So those taxes that AstraZeneca was paying needs to be spread out across the rest of the tax base. So new growth. New growth is stuff that has never been taxed before and is being taxed for the first time. We have a lot of new growth. As I said, 3.1 million is a big number. And what does that mean? That means that Proposition 2.5 allows 2.5% over the levy limit of last year, plus new growth, okay? So we're adding 3.1 million this year to what we could raise in taxes above the 2.5. You can see our last 3 years are all healthy above 3 million, compared to 2019, which was $1 million. New growth tends to be cyclical. You know, it's a 5-7 year cycle. However, when you have companies like Amazon coming to town, Astellas Pharmaceuticals, LabCorp, who is still in town, those companies bring in a lot of new growth every year. And it's not just replacement of equipment, okay? As long as our new growth value continues to increase above the prior year's value, it's not only offsetting depreciation, but adding new stuff. You know, there's a lot of talk about the fact that new personal property depreciates unlike homes do, and that's true. If we didn't receive any new growth personal property, nothing new came to town, the personal property value would go down because it depreciates. We are gaining new personal property through new companies, through companies expanding, through growth in, as you saw, industrial in a lot of ways. The industrial market is very strong compared to the multi-tenanted office market. But even the single-tenant commercial property, look at Olympus up on West Park Drive, okay? A great example of how a new company can come and bring with them not just a lot of jobs, but improvements in real estate and personal property. The largest contributors of this growth on the personal property side, Amazon, LabCorp, Pace Analytical is a company up on Walkup Drive, and real estate, similar to last year, it's Amazon, Chauncey Lake Condominiums up at the State Hospital, and Silver Hollow Estates Development, which is now in its final phases, building out the last few houses of that 26-house subdivision. The next one would be the Ridings 2, which is coming. They've got the first few houses up and I think ready for occupancy. That's a development down on the south side near Nash Street that goes into Grafton. So growth and excess levy capacity, how does it all come together, right? Where are we at? So as I said, our actual levy in 2024 was $94 million, right? If we had no excess levy capacity, let's just pretend, and we added 2.5 to that, our levy without new growth would be $96 million. So that's what we could spend. If we just added our real estate growth this year of $858,000 and $204,000, we'd be able to spend $97,808,052. That's if we had no excess levy capacity and no personal property new growth. Our actual levy this year is $100 million, $108,886,885. So our total levy increase is $6.5 million, or 6.89%. This is 3.05% over if we just had no excess levy capacity and had no personal property new growth. We'd need an override in order to pass this levy, okay? But we're not in that situation. Shrewsbury needed a big override a few years ago. I know Hudson's talking about one now. Operational overrides, in many cases, they're being driven because people were using ARPA money for one-time expenses. I know we talk a lot about not using free cash for that way, and a lot of towns are getting stuck in that position because those funds are drying up and they need operational overrides. But we have personal property new growth, right? We have $2 million in personal property new growth, and that $3 million is not correct. I think that's an old number. So our prior year levy limit at $108 million, add the 2.5% plus new growth, gives us a 2025 levy limit of $114.5 million. Our maximum allowable levy is $114.52 million. I point that out because previously we had a debt exclusion, okay? A debt exclusion is when we need to do a project of some sort, it can be paid for in your maximum allowable levy, because we've got to pay the bill, we've got to raise the money. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't increase for the following year. It doesn't get multiplied by 2.5%. Okay, so the benefit is that instead of just adding it into the levy and adding 2.5% on top of that every year, you could do a debt exclusion and it not getting added into that, and it gets paid for out above and beyond what your levy limit is. So that gives us an excess levy capacity of 13.6 million. And mind you, we are using up 1.1 million of our excess levy capacity from last year, okay? So here's the history of our levy. In 2007, our levy, which no one but me can probably read because it gets so small, was $50.8 million. In 2025, it's $100.8 million, okay? In 2016, right in the middle, it was $65 million. Your average single-family tax bill this year is projected to increase by $634. I'll point out that that is still less, yet again, than what was presented, $680 and change, at town meeting. As we finalize the values, and we've talked about this a lot, until these numbers are finalized and set in stone, we don't know what it's going to be. It's all estimates and projections. When we start the year, as we're about to do with the budget season, starting tomorrow, we're going to have to come up, Wendy and myself, with estimates for next year as to what are the values going to be for fiscal 26. We haven't even done that work yet. So it's really hard to project that far into the future. And so you see that those projections that we had put forward earlier get adjusted, as well as what our other revenues would be. So the red line you can see up there is the increases, okay, by increase in dollar amount, okay? And so you can see last year it was $620. The year before that, $731. You can see we had a year at $764. And then we had a year that was $120 in 2017.
John,
Sometimes those smaller increases are simply because of other growth in property value. So if the spending, if the levy does not outpace the increase in property value for whatever reason, right, you will see a smaller increase because it gets spread out differently, especially if that increase is not in your residential single-family houses. When Westborough Village was built, probably around 2019, okay, maybe a little earlier than that, I think, but that added 256 condos. That was a big increase to our property value, okay? So when you have an increase like that, it gets spread out more and it can offset, provided that the spending doesn't increase. If the spending outpaces any of it, you're gonna see a big increase. We pulled some local communities. I don't use the dashboard communities for this because a few of them have tax bills well in excess of $18,000, even 20. So I use surrounding communities. Framingham, Hudson, Marlborough, Northborough. Actually, Northborough just set their tax rate tonight, so that's an actual number, $94.63. And one thing that's not reflected on this slide is that they are, in many cases, having similar issues to us. So Hopkinton is just over 5% increase this year. Hudson has not set this year, but last year was a 6.93% increase. Northborough is a 6.1% increase this year. Shrewsbury a 5.9%. Southborough 4.7% this year. And Framingham last year, because they haven't set this year, was 5.26%. Okay, and we're projecting a 5.62%. So we're not the only ones in this issue. Okay, of course, that's all we really care about is us. Doesn't matter what everyone else does, it matters what we do. But just in terms of economic realities, we're not the only ones in this situation. Here's our top taxpayers. You can see Amazon with a whopping $4.3 million now that they pay of our levy. You can see the strength of the residential apartment complexes. Caruth Capital, commercial office and industrial offices. Astellas Pharmaceuticals, a biotech company that has a TIF with us. Cumberland Farms, and yes, Shelby, this year I fixed it so it says retail and distribution. One of the important things to emphasize, and I know it's difficult with multifamily housing, is that residential is one of the highest and best uses for real estate these days. It just wants to be smart residential. These properties have big values. You can see $76 million, okay? The Arrive, $143 million in value. They pay $2.3 million in taxes. So we'll talk about the shift. Okay, what does it mean to shift?
Can I ask a quick question? Just to remind everyone, so those residential multifamilies, is that in residential? Is that in?
That is residential class.
So in
yeah.
that 70%, that is inclusive of not just single
Correct.
family homes, but also
Correct.
the residential
All
condos?
residential, and I'll talk a little bit about that because
Thank
when
you.
you talk about shifting, it impacts those properties as well. So let's just talk for a minute. Let's simplify things as to what it means to have a single versus a split rate. Okay, and we're going to use round numbers here, even though I might go quickly. And so if we had a total value of the town of $100 million, and we had our similar 70-30 split, so it was 70 million residential, 30 million commercial, and our total levy was $1 million, right? So that gives us $700,000 that's going to be raised from the residential property and $300,000 that's going to be raised from the non-residential. And it results in a $10 tax rate. So if we have the same $500,000 property and you use the $10 tax rate, you'd have a $5,000 tax bill. Same properties, same taxes. If we shifted, what we're shifting is we're shifting a percent of that 300,000 from the residential back to the commercial. So now, in this instance, it's a 10% shift. So we're taking $30,000 from the residential side and moving it back to the commercial side. So with that 10% now, the non-residential property is going to have to raise $330,000, and the residential will only have to raise $670,000. So you have a higher commercial industrial personal property tax rate of $11 and a lower residential rate of $9.57. The commercial properties will see an increase of $500. The residential properties will see a decrease of $214. But that's the same $500,000 property. So the commercial property that's worth $500,000 will now pay $500 more. The residential property worth the same amount is now paying $214 less. Similar example, 20%, that same $500,000 property is now paying $1,000 more, and the same valued residential property is now saving $429. And here's a few more examples up to the 50%, which is the maximum you can shift. So that's 50% of the 300,000 being taken away from the 700. So you're taking $150,000. So now the residential class only has to raise $550,000. So you've reduced that 700 by 150, and you've added it back to the commercial, industrial, and personal property. They'd now be raising 450. So that's the basics of what it means to shift your value. Okay, shift your levy responsibility, not your value, excuse me. So here's our situation this year, okay? We got 6.193 in value. We have 100.8 million, 0.9 million in a total levy, and you see our split, and those are average commercial value and average single family value. At one rate, your run rate is 1629, not 1641. Apparently I didn't update it from last year. I didn't update any of that from last year. That's silly. Bear with me 1 second. Let's see if I have this. Just bear with me 1 second, 2014. My apologies, that slide was not updated. It was updated at the top, but not the bottom. So we'll go to this next slide. Here's some examples of what your opportunity shift is. Now you can shift in any percentage, but when you vote, what you're doing is you're voting a residential factor. If you adopt a residential factor of 1, it results in a single tax rate, okay? And in Westborough, all property has always been taxed at the same rate, okay, since 1980 when they first started allowing this. They've always had a single rate. So if you were to split the rate and you were split the levy and split the rate, if you did a 5% rate shift, you would have a $15.95 residential tax rate and a $17.10 commercial, industrial, and personal property tax rate, all the way up to the 50%. And you can see the net impacts on the different tax bills. At 50%, your average single family would save $2,592.78, and it would cost your average commercial property $25,000. And I know this gets small, but here's some more examples, and just similar to the ratios that were on the last slide, But if you look at a high-value apartment building, apartments always pay the residential rate. So if you went with a 50% split, the apartment buildings, every residential property, no matter what the use, is going to pay the lower rate. So with the shift of 50%, they're going to pay $1,286. They're going to save $120,000, okay? Where the same value commercial property, in this case at $35 million, it's going to cost them $285,250, okay? So you're shifting not just for the average single family, but for all residential properties, okay? If you were to do a 25% shift, your average residential property, single family would save $650, and the same value commercial property, it would cost $1,542. That's the same valued property, but as a commercial property instead of a residential property. And here by graph, you can see the difference in the impact as it is represented in linear form. As your percentage increases, the proportional increase times a factor of 2, it increases for the shift in commercial, industrial, and personal property. Pros and cons. These are the same that I've presented every year. The pros. The state law allows you to do it, and it offers residential property owners tax relief, right? They developed it to offer residential property owners tax relief. The cons. Higher commercial taxes inhibits commercial growth, right? Now, can we measure this? We really can't, because we don't know what we don't get, right? I've said this for years. If we still have vacant land, and I know people consider coming here, and one of the considerations they have is property tax. When Estellas came here, they were considering Marlborough also. At that time, Marlborough had a $25 a thousand tax rate. We had, I think, about a $15 per thousand tax rate. They ask these questions, right? But we don't know who doesn't ask them. I say that about zoning too. You never know what you don't get. The other side of it is the expenses are passed on to the tenants, right? The landlords are not paying for these increases in taxes. The tenants are paying them through CAM, common area maintenance charges, through other arrangements, through their leases. The other side of it is higher commercial taxes can impact commercial property values. Commercial property values are about generating revenue, okay? People invest in them at the revenue that they're going to provide. If they have higher expenses, they have lower revenues. That impacts their property values. And then the last question, this one, frankly, was something that Linda Swedell passed on through me, was it's allowed by law, but is it fair and equitable? And that's a personal question, right? Is it fair that the person with the same valued property might pay a separate tax rate simply because it's used for a different purpose? Properties that are on the lower end of those commercial values are frequently owner-occupied. They're frequently mom and pops. So it's very different, and it can drive up the commercial rents. So any questions before I go on to the residential exemption?
Can you provide a little more detail on how you value commercial property within this town? I know you talked about income-based, but...
Sure. So commercial property, unlike residential property, you're really looking at comparable sales. It's hard to look at comparable sales with commercial properties because you don't have very many. And you have very few properties that are just alike, right? We got lots of 4-bedroom, 2.5-bath colonials. We don't have a lot of similar commercial properties. And so what we do, we send out questionnaires every year, income and expense forms, that by law they have to return or they get fined, where we ask them, what are their rents? What are their expenses? So we get market data. So we want to make sure that we're using market rents when we develop our income approaches that we use for valuing commercial property. We're going to develop an income approach and use market rents to determine how much revenue that property can generate. We're then gonna offset it with expenses. What's market vacancy? Okay, we're gonna look at what the market expenses are, reserves, depending on the type of properties, in some cases, determines the type of income approach you're using. Now, large residential complexes, like apartment buildings, we're using the income approach because that's what an investor would use. Even though it's a residential property, there are residential income approaches also. And then we determine a capitalization rate, a cap rate. Okay, that's a multiplier that an investor would use to determine what their return on investment would be. And we derive that from a few different places. If we have sales, great. We can extract that from the Starbucks that just sold in Ashland for a couple $1 million. We know, because they provided in the paper, that the annual rent on that property is $175,000. We can do the math and estimate some market vacancy and come up with a cap rate that might be just below 5. And we can apply that to other similar properties, okay? We develop those. There are publications nationally that are put out. We are fortunate in this town to subscribe to CoStar that writes a lot about those. In this town, with the mix of commercial properties, it's important that the assessor's office has the resources to do that work. Because we're not like most properties or towns around us that have mostly residential. We have it all, from car dealerships to, I won't say movie theaters because we don't, I used to use that as my second one, sorry.
John.
No, we have car dealerships, we have shopping centers, we have nursing homes, we have 6 now, hotels, you name it, we got it. And so learning as an assessor how to value those and having the resources to get the information so that we can knowingly value the properties and argue them when we need to, because most of our appeals come through commercial properties. They can hire people to appeal them. But we have to be able to have the resources to fight those fights and so that we can make sure that our values are accurate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I guess a further question, just to your comment there, that they can fight these, and I'm assuming if we were to put a greater burden on them, an increased percentage of the tax base, in theory, you would then see more of these come back.
We would absolutely see more. A lot of these tax reps that work for these companies will just take a percentage. So they're incented to fight the fight and fight and fight and fight. And so if they have a higher property tax bill, they're more likely to challenge it and file an appeal and look for anything back. And these tax reps are happy to do it because they're going to take a percentage of anything they say. It's unfair to your average taxpayer. My take on it, and I'm sure Wendy's as well, is the value's the value, right? You can fight me all day on the value. This isn't a negotiation, right? Here's my opinion of value. If you think my opinion of value is wrong, tell me why. Give me an income approach that challenges mine and shows me that if for some reason what I have done is not market reflective, it's not right. You know, vacancy is a part of life in the commercial property world. And my answer is simple. Okay, tenant moved out, rent up your space. Do your job. Now, if you get extended vacancy, that can cause some issues with deferred maintenance and blight and stigma and all that other stuff. But these types of things are what we use to determine market value. But yes, to answer your question, absolutely, I would expect to see more. In revaluation years, when we see a larger jump in commercial industrial properties, we get more appeals.
Thank you.
Yep. So the next thing that we will tackle is the residential exemption. The requirement for the residential exemption is that they must be owner-occupied in the primary residence to qualify. It's estimated that 5,282 properties in town would qualify as owner-occupied primary residence. The exemption's a fixed amount of a value exemption at 35% of the average residential property, not just the average single-family property, but the average residential property. The reduced value remains within the residential levy percentage. So you saw that the levy percentage was 70 0.35%. Whatever that dollar amount equals is the same dollar amount that must be raised by the residential class. And what that does is it creates a break point. So by adopting this, your residential tax rate is going to go up. And the break point for this year is $823,683. And those properties above that would see an increase in taxes. There's only 17 communities in the state that have this. Barnstable, well, I won't read it, but Barnstable, I guess I will. Barnstable, Boston, Brookline, Cambridge, Chelsea, Everett, Malden, Mashpee, Nantucket, Oak Bluffs, Provincetown, Somerville, Tisbury, Truro, Waltham, Watertown, and Wellfleet. I only read it because it's my last chance. But you can see something in common with those communities. They all either have a lot of non-owner occupied rental properties, or they have second homes. Okay, second homes not being the primary residence, they would not qualify. So they would have a smaller percentage of properties that would qualify, so it makes more sense. So the average residential value for this year is $702,571. Just using 10% as an example. So the maximum reduction would be $70,257 in value per property. So we have to use the estimated number of properties of 5,282. So when you do that math, you get $371,097,841 of value reduced from the total residential class. So if we recall, it was $4.35 billion in residential value. We subtract out the 371, and that leaves us with $3,985,543.41, which is the remaining value in the residential class. So that lower value is now what we would calculate what our levy is going, how we're going to raise the fund. So we still need to raise $70 million. So if you take the bear with me 1 second. I don't know what I did there. I'm killing it. That should be, instead of 62 million, that should be the $70,969,900 divided by the $3,985,543, and would give you a tax rate of 1781. For the purpose of this, just know that the tax rate would be higher. There's examples that are correct on the next page, I assure you. All residential properties valued above $823,683 would see an increase. In the town, that's 25%. 1,438 properties, that's of the single family and condominiums, would see an increase in taxes, considering there are 5,699 single family and condominiums in town. So 25% of those people would see a higher tax bill because the residential tax rate is higher. So looking at examples, okay, if you had the average single family, 755,913, and your single tax rate, you're gonna have a $12,314 tax bill. If you had the reduction, okay, you're reducing it by the 70,000, you would result in 1781, it'd be a $12,212 tax bill. So they're saving $102. If you looked at a higher value home, okay, with one rate, it's $1,629, $16,290. With that residential exemption, you're going to subtract the $70,257 and get a net value of $929,743. So you've reduced it by the allowable residential exemption. But now you're multiplying it by a bigger tax number. So their taxes are going to be $16,559. So they're still getting an increase in taxes, even though they're benefiting from that residential exemption. They're getting the reduction in value times a higher rate, so they're getting an increase in taxes. Now on the lower end, you see a larger savings, right? $450,000 house would decrease by $70,257, leaving a value of $379,743. At the higher tax rate, okay, they're going to save $567. Now, one of the challenges with this is if you took your average apartment building of $30 million and you applied the $17.81 tax rate, they're going to see an increase of $45,600, okay? And they're not going to pay that. They're going to pass it on, right? Now, we saw a property that had, what was it, $150 million, right? So you multiply that times 5, and they're going to pass that on to their tenants. You know, they're not going to just eat it. Small commercial exemption. Small commercial exemptions, they must be commercial properties, not industrial, not personal. It's class 3 properties. They must be valued under $1 million. So we see a declining number of these in our town because commercial values are still going up. And all tenants within the buildings must have less than 10 employees. The maximum reduction is 10% of value to be borne by the commercial industrial levy. So similar to the residential exemption, it alters the commercial industrial personal property tax rate, okay? Because things are valued under $1 million, right? There's less of an impact and you see a smaller amount of the shift. You're not dealing with such big numbers. There's only 14 of 351 communities in town, in the state, that have this commercial exemption. Any questions about either of those before we move on?
And I think with the small commercial exemption in the past, we've said that really in most of these cases, this decrease is not going to the tenants, but to the landlord.
It's a very good point. So most of the properties valued under $1 million are not triple net leases. Many of them don't have CAM charges. They're gross rents. Here's your rent for the month. This is what you pay, right? And so the taxes on the building aren't relevant to their rent. The property owner is going to get that exemption, and that's just, so they benefit from that, not the tenant. So just to review tonight, what we're going to vote on, we're going to vote on whether or not to shift a portion of the levy from the residential class to the commercial industrial class by voting a residential factor. A residential factor of 1 yields a single tax rate, which would result in a rate of $16.29. I'll just emphasize that that's an estimated rate. We actually set the rate tomorrow or the next day when we finally get our total numbers assembled. They go into the state and it comes out. Sometimes it shifts by a penny here or there. So what you're really acting on is not setting the tax rate, but you're determining whether or not you will shift a portion of the levy. Vote on whether or not to adopt a residential exemption, and vote on whether or not to adopt a small commercial exemption. That's all I got.
Thank you, John. Since this is a public hearing, I'll just look to see if there's anyone here that would like to speak.
Raise your hand.
Welcome, come on up. Good to see you. Just introduce yourself.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sandra Coker. I'm the chair of the Westborough EDC committee. And we have submitted a letter to you, Selectman Welch, that we're in favor of the single tax rate, mainly because we really feel like our businesses it's more competitive for other businesses to come in here. We don't have to offer TIFs to the businesses trying to come in, and it just makes us more competitive. And to what John said about the commercial landlords, they are going to pass it along to our small mom and pop businesses. So if their rates do go up, their rent is going to go up, and it's going to be harder for our smaller businesses to be more profitable and to support their families here in Westborough. So we respectfully submit our approval, or our hope for approval, of the single tax rate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to speak? Sure.
Yes.
Go come on, sure.
Does it make any difference one way or the other?
Just introduce yourself. It doesn't matter which way.
Okay.
Doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. I'd like to speak in support of shifting a portion of the residential levy to the commercial industrial levy. My rationale on this is, number one, the financial burden that many of the citizens of Westborough are facing. Over the last 4 years, we've seen price increase in groceries of 25%, energy costs 35% increase over the last 4 years, overall inflation close to 20%. That's being affected by the average citizen. Also, I would cite the chart number 1, which shows the comparative towns and the median household income in Westborough, ranking 13th out of the 15 comparative towns. Median household income of $133,000, and the expenditures, the total budget of the town rates or ranks 6th out of the 15. So there is a mismatch between what the capacity of the taxpayers is and what this town is spending. It's not the end-all and be-all from a statistical standpoint, but it is an indication of where the taxpayers are and where the town is spending. So I cite inflationary costs, I cite expenditures of the town as reasons to shift the cost. In addition, I would draw your attention to the next graph, which shows the tax levy by classification. And you can see that, as Mr. Steinberg mentioned, that most of the taxes come from residential levy. But if you look at the last chart, the ability of the town to raise more than 2.5% a year is based primarily on the personal growth, that green bar. That's where the town is allowed to spend more than the 2.5%. And according to Ed Bean's report, that he studied this situation, that most of the personal property valuation comes from commercial and industrial. I think Mr. Steinberg verified that tonight as well. So what I'm saying is that the ability of the town to go beyond the 2.5% as prescribed by Prop 2.5 is driven by a new growth that's created by industry. And they're paying less. They're creating the ability of the town to spend more, but they're not paying it for that increase. So that's part of the rationale that I'm presenting to you tonight, that some of the levy should be shifted from the residential levy to the industrial commercial, because industrial commercial is allowing the town to spend more money than the 2.5%. I would also add in the paper that leveraging of total town resources would be another way to reduce the tax levy for residents. In other words, there's a number of different functions that are being served in the town between the school department and the town that could be shared. that could be consolidated. So I add that to the mix, not only shifting the tax levy, but also possibly consolidating some of the functions within the town and school department, but departments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speaking to us tonight. Anyone else here for welcome?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name's Karen Chapman. I'm the president of the Quarter 9 495 Regional Chamber of Metro West, representing this wonderful community of Westborough, and I'm here to advocate for the business community in support of maintaining a single tax rate. Under your current single tax structure, you have just noticed that Westborough has prospered through the development and growth of businesses, which has led to new jobs and tax revenue in our town. In fact, over the last couple of months, the Chamber has had the wonderful opportunity to celebrate many ribbon cuttings for small businesses that have chose Westborough to open up their business. It is our position that a single tax rate is a positive tool in helping to attract new businesses. Single tax rate allows Westborough to stay competitive with surrounding communities. Single tax rate is equitable because business uses minimal town services and resources. A single tax rate is equitable because of the town of Westborough receives significant income, as we've seen, in personal property taxes from local businesses, and that revenue is part of the tax base, which helps to offset real estate taxes for residents. Maintaining a single tax rate is consistent, as we saw with 351 cities and towns in the Commonwealth who do maintain a single tax rate. And finally, your business, your local business, plays a huge role in supporting the quality of life in Westborough by contributing thousands of dollars in funds and resources for athletics, recreation, scholarships, veterans, and community events. On behalf of the business community of Westborough, I urge you to continue your legacy of maintaining a single tax rate, to continue to attract and retain businesses in our community, and promote business development in your town. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here for? Seeing none, I'll just open up to the board for discussion.
I can start first. So, there are three different things we're looking at here. As in years past, when we look at the small commercial exemption, I don't see any motivation to do it. It wouldn't necessarily benefit the businesses occupying the few locations that would qualify for that. The residential exemption, which sets a break-even point, and properties above that pay more, properties below that pay less, the effect of the exemption, but then a higher tax rate. The concern there is that the vast majority of our apartment buildings would see significant increases in property taxes, which get passed through the rents. And as we've spoken earlier at this meeting, and is highlighted in the housing production plan, and even with the work with the Affordable Housing Trust, in the last period that was monitored by Mass Housing Partnership, Westborough's eviction rate in apartments is 1.5 times the state average. In that same period, we had one single-family home foreclosure. We're well below the state average. The burden rate and severe burden rate of our renters hits almost 38.5%. Right now, that means almost 4 out of 10 people who are renting are struggling with the fact that their rents and utilities are costing 30% or 50% or more of their household income. We do have a burden rate in owned property, homeowners as well, single and multifamily homeowners, that's running about 18%, which, looking at comparable communities, is slightly lower, but I wouldn't say significantly lower than our dashboard and our neighboring communities. The concern about the residential exemption is that, well, it would help homeowners in lower value homes, which would predominantly be smaller homes and smaller single family and condos, it would, yes, it would impact and increase taxes on large single family homes. That's not my concern. My concern is the impact on the vast majority of our rental stock, and that getting passed through to the renters, and us triggering rent increases for a community and a large segment of our population that's already struggling at a very high rate. We are somewhat unique in that our percentage of rental properties is higher than our dashboard communities, and even some communities that are perceived as having high renter rates, high percentage of rental, like Hudson and Marlborough. Our percentage of rental units is right up there, if not greater than those right now. The rent problem we have in Westborough can't just be solved by Westborough. There's good signs in that, Shrewsbury, Southborough, Hudson now and Marlborough have significant rental developments that have come to fruition or are in the process or in the permitting process. So regionally, we may over time be better off. But at this point, I think a residential exemption would help a small portion of the population. It has a large capacity to hurt a large portion of the population. With respect to the CIP shift in moving from residential to commercial, I understand the desire to lower residential rates. Again, here, when we look at the demographics of, and it certainly provide a benefit to all single-family owners and families that own condos, so multifamily units that are ownership, but it also provides a huge benefit to those large apartment complexes. And it provides a significant benefit to the condo complexes as well. And my concern there is we constantly hear how, and I get constant feedback, don't let another condo development go in, don't let another apartment complex go in. We worry about the impact it has on town services and the larger impact it has on the school budget. To reduce the property taxes of those large apartment complexes, which contribute to a higher relative need of town services, or increase the demand on town services, to me is actually, even though you're also reducing rates to other homeowners, it's not necessarily fair to other, to families who own homes and condos, given the proportion of the savings there. The other thing I worry about in the shift is on the commercial side. Yes, there's an impact on existing businesses and the rents they're going to pay in the properties that are triple net, where the property tax increase and that shift would pass through. But it also has an impact on the valuation of the property. And where my concern comes in there is that changes the dynamics for not only new development, but the continuation of existing development. We have several relatively large commercial developments that have been permitted where work has not begun. 4400 Computer Drive, the former BJ's complex, as well as where the Crane Company used to be, was it 2529? Those two properties combined, we were looking at well over close to $1.2 million of square footage of commercial industrial property, both of which, by the nature of their intended use, would also have very high personal property components as well. And the fact that 4400 Computer Drive is planned to have electrical infrastructure to charge 800 electric vehicles, that's a lot of conduit that'll show up on the personal property taxes year after year. My concern is, given the loss of value in the office space, given the shift to work at home and hybrid, the vacancy rates in our office buildings, that a shift to CIP changes the financial dynamics of those projects that haven't moved, and I suspect haven't moved because of changing interest rates and changing market conditions. BJ's property was looking to attract biotech companies. There's been a glut, there was a mad scramble to create biotech space. A lot of it's been created closer to Boston. Those projects seem to be moving forward. This one isn't. I suspect it's a change in the market dynamics there. So my concern is shifting this cost to the commercial properties will impact the value of the properties in a way, or the potential value that it'll make it harder for developers to continue with their projects or to sell the property for other projects that could come in. And sort of the law of unintended consequences is we'd slow or inhibit not just potential future businesses moving in, but developers that have already gone through the permitting process and are figuring out when and how they're going to finance and move forward with their projects. And so I'm hesitant to do a CIP shift for those reasons.
Thank you, Alan. Anyone else?
You go if you want. Alan, thanks for saying what you did, so I don't want to repeat, but I had some similar things to you. I think looking at the three of them, I'll start again with the small commercial exemption. I think it's, Heavensport, I don't support it today. I don't think that the value add there makes sense with the limited properties that we have that would benefit, and the explanation there that, again, you don't know, but that I don't think that there's a lot of savings to those small businesses that would occupy those. And again, I think the number was 28, and that's an estimate. It probably will be less than that based on the number of employees and some of the pieces there. So it's a small number. I don't think it, to me, makes a whole lot of sense to focus there. On the residential exemption, I go back to the whole thing of looking at those towns that are there, and the towns that have taken on this residential exemption are ones that a fewer number of the apartments or housing is owner occupied, so it has a stronger benefit there. In our town, we know owner occupied is the vast majority. To me, this is pitting neighbor versus neighbor, and it goes back to the question on the single tax rate or splitting it. To me, it's really, is it fair and equitable? Is it fair and equitable that we charge, different things for our neighbors in town who are basically benefiting or sharing the same services? I think they're all owners, again, vast majority. To me, I don't support it. Other reasons there that I won't go through that Select Board Member Edinburgh went through too, but again, I think it's something that I'd be concerned with of us, basically look at that. I think the final piece to that, I think we've talked about in prior years, is we have a number of folks that are owner-occupied houses that they've been in those houses for a long time. The values are there. They've retired. They want to stay in those homes. They may not have the incomes, but they also own their houses, so they're hesitant to sell those houses. The value happens to be there. They could be ones that we want to keep them here, but we're going to raise their taxes now as opposed to single tax rate and force them potentially make it even worse for them in terms of paying taxes. So again, with that, I don't support don't support the voting for the residential exemption. And then to the single or split tax rate, I still strongly support the single tax rate. We've received numerous letters from businesses asking for our support there. I've said this in prior years too. I think this gets back to spending. I still think how we control this is we control spending. Who votes on spending? The residents and taxpayers. The commercial industrial properties don't have a vote. So in some ways, it's taxation without representation. They're happy to be here, but one of the reasons is the single tax rate. They think that's fair and equitable. And I think that, just deciding that we're going to keep spending and then we're going to just charge someone that doesn't have the vote to pay more. Again, I just don't think that's a fair way to do it. I don't think it's the right way to do it. I don't think that's supporting those businesses. The other pieces that came up, I think we have a lot of small businesses. We're trying to revitalize our downtown. We have great businesses here. We want to put more in there. I do get concerned about small businesses and the impact that this split tax rate may have on them in terms of the burden that they have. They struggle today. They're doing it because they love it, and I want to keep them here. And I think this is a way to show them that we support them, as well as us frequenting those businesses and providing them our support here in town. The final piece, I think, Selectman Member Edinburgh said too, but we do know that one of the reasons the values of residential has increased more than some of the other properties, specifically commercial, is, they're struggling. And we know the vacancies are there. We know we have buildings that we thought would be developed that aren't being developed now. So my concern there is we make a problem that we have worse by putting more of a burden on them. And I think, to me, it's kind of a downward spiral when you do that. And we've mentioned this in past classifications hearings, is that once you go, it's really tough to come back because you got to go back with raising taxes. I think it's also really tough to get businesses back in when you lose them. I think at this point we need to support what we have here. We need to help them through our EDC and others to try to attract tenants, revitalize their properties. I know a lot of them in the commercial space are looking. They're actually digging into their savings to put amenities in there to try to attract and fill up their office buildings. Raising and increasing their taxes at this time, to me, is, again, something I'm not sure is the best move for us as a town in terms of keeping them there and keeping them here and keeping them supported and vibrant. So for me, those are the reasons I support the maintaining the residential factor of 1 and do not support a residential or small commercial exemption.
Thank you, Ian.
I won't reiterate, I think, what others have said. I don't know that I need to talk about the commercial exemption. On the residential exemption, I think the 17 communities here that are mentioned that have that exemption currently, I think they have that same commonality that our Chief Assessor mentioned, which is, in all those communities, what they're doing is they're trying to shift some of the burden off of residents to non-residents, right? They're shifting from either to summer homeowners on the Cape or within the Boston area, shifting from folks who maybe own their condo onto investors who maybe are renting out their 3-family and things of that nature. So that's certainly not the situation that applies to Westborough. This would just be shifting between residents of the town, and it appears, based on those 17 communities, that really isn't happening anywhere within this state, that folks are just shifting the residential burden or the burden between residents of their town. And then I agree with Alan and Ian about a single tax rate in sort of supporting our local businesses. And we also have talked about in the past in other communities where they've shifted their tax burden and now they are trying to move back to a single tax rate. And once you make that change, it then becomes very difficult to shift back, because you then have to shift additional burden onto residents at a single time. So if your tax increase is, say, 3% in a year, but then you're trying to shift 5% of the tax burden off of commercial that year, then suddenly you've got to increase residents 8%. So I think that is extraordinarily difficult to unwind that decision. So for that reason, I'm also going to stick with the single tax rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Shelby?
Yeah. Thank you to fellow board members and to the public who has come before us tonight to share your thoughts. So rather than repeating a lot, I'll just be clear that I'm a no on the small business exemption for the reasons stated. I don't need to repeat. And no on the single-family residential exemption. It doesn't align with our community, and for all reasons, I wouldn't support that. Regarding the single tax rate, I do stand in support of a single tax rate. However, I would say that I think we heard at our budget summit in the fall, and I would reiterate that now as we go into the budget season, that we need to look at spending. And that's come through loud and clear, and you've said it 100 times. We've heard it from our assessor in various presentations. We've got to figure out a way to temper our spending. It's a delicate balance because we have to continue to invest in our buildings and our people, and we want Westborough to be a great place to live and to work and thrive and all of that. But I'm going to focus my effort and work on the future budget and how we can trim from that. I know that we left that meeting with some specific asks of our town manager and her departments of looking at the budget and the ways in which we can understand what budget cuts looks like as well as level funding. So I'll be interested in understanding what that looks like. But I think that at a time in which the economy, everyone, certainly individuals are struggling, but businesses are as well, and they're just starting to kind of come out and generate some momentum. I would not be in favor of altering our tax rate. I think we create more challenges and create a negative slippery slope that Sean summarized it well in terms of that recovery and pushback onto residents when we make that shift. So I'd rather focus on future spending and maintain the approach that we've taken in the past. Thanks.
Thank you, Shelby. I'm not going to repeat everything that's already been said. I'll just say that I'll give you my positions on each thing. The small business exemption, I don't find that is of value to this community. It certainly doesn't do as much as one would hope. So I would not be in support of that. In regards to the commercial residential split rate, I would not support splitting the tax rate between businesses as well. But I would just say that, and I've heard this a number of times from board members as well as from members that have presented tonight, I'm not entirely buying the position on the communities that were listed, the 17 communities. Many of those communities are communities that do not have a large rental base. When I look at places like Chelsea and Everett, I don't think of places like Mashpee and Barnstable. Very different types of communities. In regards to the residential exemption, I've always been more prone to support a residential exemption. However, as John indicated tonight, one of the major flaws of Prop 2.5 is the fact that it affects apartment complexes in an adverse way. So it doesn't help a community where you're trying to specifically solve a problem with people who, or community members who may be less financially advantaged, and you're actually impacting them in a negative way. So until the state, I think, updates Prop 2.5, it's a fairly antiquated law from 1980, and I think it needs to be updated to kind of today's needs. I don't really see any ways, since we have large apartment complexes in our town, to really support that either. I will also just remind the community, as I've said in past years, I did reach out to the food pantry just to get the latest information in regards to our food pantry. As of from October of last year to November of this year, we've served nearly 17,000 individuals have been served by the food pantry, and over 2,700 of them have been seniors over 65 years old. I will also remind the community that Westborough, while affluent, also has a over 4% poverty population and a near 20% at near poverty population, so total 20% at or near poverty. So that's a tremendous number, and we need to be sensitive to that as other board members have indicated in regards to our spending. And then I'll also just mention one of the things that compels me also not to vote for any change tonight is I do look at town meeting and I say, I look around at town meeting and, on average, 200-300 people show up to town meeting. Obviously, if there's big issues, we'll see upwards of 1,200-1,500 people show up at town meeting. However, the mothers who have 3 kids at home, the single mothers who are working 2 jobs aren't coming to town meeting and they're not voting for community centers. The people who are really in financial straits are not able to make those meetings and aren't the people who are voting in large increases in our budget. So I'll just remind people that there is a large portion of our community out there that is struggling right now, and we do need to be sensitive to that as we look for future voting opportunities, as Shelby mentioned and Ian also mentioned in regards to our spending. So I thank everybody that presented tonight, and now I'll look to the board for a motion, for 3 motions.
Can I just add one comment?
Sure.
I meant to do it before, but I just want to thank everyone that spoke and everyone that wrote letters, specifically to Mr. Savoy in his last piece about leveraging town resources. Thank you for that. That is something that we have started those conversations, and we'll continue those because we agree that I think we need to look at everything, but leveraging town resources and see where we may have duplication of services and we can combine and gain efficiencies there. I think absolutely we should be doing that, and we are doing that, but thank you for putting it in there. I think hopefully we will have news on that moving forward as well, but it is something that we are definitely interested in and have had the initial conversations with the schools on that as well.
And Ian, you just reminded me, I would also like to thank you, Mr. Savoy, for bringing the data to us. It's data that I've seen, and I always like to see updated versions, so this is a nice perspective that you've shared with us. And it does actually, I was thinking as you were presenting, and I meant to say it in my comments, I think it would be useful at future tax classification hearings that I think one of the things we're missing in regards to the commercial residential split tax rate discussion is the impact to other communities. In Mr. Savoy's document, he lists off Sudbury, Hudson, Westwood, Needham, Lexington, and Reading out of our dashboard communities. And what I don't have an understanding of is how do those communities, their commercial impact of that change, how has it impacted their personal property and their commercial growth since they implemented that change? We hear about the potential, right? It's something that we as a board have said here tonight that we're concerned with. We don't want to drive away businesses. We want to respect our businesses and provide as many opportunities for them as possible to be part of this community. However, I'd love to see data that supports that argument, right? I want to be able to go back to our constituents and say, listen, this is what's happening in other nearby communities. So just something I would look for in future years. With that said, any other comments? Nope, I'll look for motions then.
I would move to not adopt a residential exemption or small commercial exemption and to maintain a single tax rate by adopting a residential factor of 1.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we do need a roll call vote, I believe.
No.
In hearing? No?
Nope.
Okay. All those in favor? 5-0. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, John. Congratulations on your last one.
Yes, thank you.
Knock on wood. I would move to close the public hearing for the tax classification.
Second.
All those in favor? 5-0.
That's what it calls it.
Huh?
All right.
Just executive session.
That one has to?
No.
Oh, no. All right. So moving on to item number 3. Wow, we're only on number 3. Public hearing, request to alter premises at all alcohol liquor license, Tent Grill Incorporated at 153 Turnpike Road.
I'll move to open the public hearing as stated by the chair.
Second. All those in favor? Welcome.
Thank
Please
you.
introduce yourself.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Gemma Cashman, and I'm from Day Pitney. And I'm appearing on behalf of the applicants, Tanka Grill, Inc. and DRG Industries, LLC. And with me tonight, I have Dan Moses, who is a principal from DRG.
Terrific. Welcome.
Do you want to open both public hearings? 'Cause-
Just about here, yeah. So
yeah.
I would move to open the public hearing, being after 7:20, to open as well the public hearing on the request of DRG Industries LLC for new all alcohol license at 153 Turnpike Road.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Christy.
Thank you. So we're before the board tonight to seek approval of, I guess first with respect to Tinker Grill, for an alteration of premises application in order to reduce the size of the existing license area to only the first floor of the building located at 153 Turnpike Road. To give just a brief background, we previously represented Tanka back in 2013 for an alteration of premises application to expand the first floor to include the second floor of 153 Turnpike Road, to include 4 Golf when they were first a new tenant there. So effectively here tonight, we're looking to undo what we did in 2013 and to remove 4 Golf's lease area from Tinka Grill's license so that 4 Golf may simultaneously apply for its all alcohol liquor license. And to speak to Tinka Grill, they have a great reputation in town. They've been in business for a number of years, and there's really been no issues at the premises, and we expect it to continue. There'll be, just to clarify, there'll be no physical changes to the premises for Tinka Grill, no change in the menu or hours. It'll effectively remain the same. So I'll just pause there to see if you have any questions about Tinka Grill or that piece of it.
No, I would just say, I mean, I know it's part of the process, but thank you for coming before us to do this in an organized fashion and thoughtfully done. I'm glad to see, I presume, 4 is doing this to expand their services. And so it's great to see the collaboration that existed between those 2 businesses to get one up and running and to build another's business. So thank you. And I'm supportive of both.
Good.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? All right, I'll look for a motion.
Actually, do you want to talk?
Can we talk about 4?
Can we talk about 4
Oh, yeah,
a little
sure.
bit more, since that's a new one?
Yeah. And so for 4, we're requesting approval of a new all alcohol license on the second floor. Again, 4 has a great reputation in town. They've been in business for a number of years now. We've had no major issues at the premises, and we expect it to continue. I'll let Dan speak to more details, but basically the food service relationship with Tanka will continue, so the menu will be the same. And Dan can speak to about the change in hours request if you'd like to make that. No.
No, I mean,
take that back.
No, I mean, like Attorney Cashman said, we've had a relationship with Tanka for many years. We're going to continue the food service relationship. This simply modifies the alcohol service footprint so that we can serve our alcohol under our own license. So.
Terrific. Thank you. And just for the board, I believe we have to take 2 motions here, so that's why I was.
Well, before we take any motions,
No,
it's a
no, no.
public hearing.
Yes, exactly, yes. I just wanted to make sure the board was on page with that. So it is a
Can I
double.
ask a question? I had asked our town manager through a very late in the day email. If you don't have it, that's fine. But where are we at with our current liquor licenses, out full as well as malt beverage? Oh, okay. It was late.
Not including the ones tonight, there's 7 all alcohol quota licenses, 10 all alcohol special legislation licenses. Excuse me, I should start by saying those are all on premises, so the section 12, which is what the applicant is here tonight. There's 1 wine and malt section 12 on-premise license, so that again a restaurant license, and we have 0 section 15 off-premise licenses available.
And then just for the public, we do keep that updated on the website.
Where would that be?
On the select board's website under liquor license.
Liquor licenses. Thanks. Thanks.
Okay. Other questions from the board?
Thank you.
It is a public hearing, so I'm opening it up to public comment. Seeing none, I will.
Can I just make a comment?
Sure.
As I always do. But I mean, and absolutely agree that with Tanka and have not, I don't believe in, I think I've been here the longest on the board now. I've seen them come in, so they have been running the business in both places and doing that fine. For 4 Golf and DRG Industries, just something we say to all, we welcome you, and we do enjoy giving these out and supporting businesses, but we do take them seriously. And want you to continue what Tank is doing. You have an all alcohol liquor license, but that is, a privilege that we give, and we want to just to make sure that you follow all the rules and you're not serving minors. You're making sure folks are taking care of themselves when they're consuming it. I'm sure you will, but it's just a reminder we like to do. We love to approve these. We hate to see you back in front of us for an infraction. So, thank you.
We agree wholeheartedly. All of our staff is tip certified, and
Perfect.
we intend to abide by appropriate
Great.
laws.
Thank you.
Terrific.
So I'll move to approve the request of Tanka Grill, Inc., DBA Tanka Asian Bistro at 153 Turnpike Road to alter the premises of their Section 12 all alcohol license.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay.
And I move to approve the request of DRG Industries LLC, doing business as 4 Golf Entertainment at 153 Turnpike Road, for a new Section 12 all alcohol license, naming Jason Thomas as the manager of record.
Second?
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Look
Good
forward
luck.
to seeing you there.
I will move to close the public hearing for the request to alter premises at Tanka Grill and the request for new alcohol license for DRG Industries, both at 153 Turnpike Road.
Second.
All those in favor? Moving on to item 5, request to award American Rescue Plan funds to proposed projects. So,
Do you, let me, so as the board's aware, the town received just over $5.7 million in 2021 as a outcome of the filing and approval of the American Rescue Plan Act. This money was distributed to municipalities throughout the country for coming back from COVID-19 pandemic. Westborough established a process by which we ask for application or project proposals from department heads and related committees, and then they're reviewed by our finance team, which is made up of the chairs of the select board, the school committee, and the advisory finance committee, myself, the assistant town manager, as well as finance folks on the town side, and then the superintendent and administrative and finance director for the schools. We review all of the applications and we make a recommendation to the advisory finance committee. The advisory finance committee then reviews those recommended proposals, but also receives all proposals that are put forward, and then makes a recommendation to the select board for final award. So we have gone through this, I think 4 times. I think this is the 4th time that we've done this, and so a couple weeks ago we identified that we had just over $500,000 remaining, and that was the result of accrued interest on the money that we were holding, American Rescue Plan funds, and then also the money coming back to the available balance based on projects coming in at lower cost than had been awarded. And so given that the first deadline of the American Rescue Plan funds is to obligate all of these funds by the end of this calendar year, so December 31st of 2024, we wanted to make final award of that funding. So in your packet, you have the recommended projects. This was provided to you in your packet prior to last night's advisory finance committee meeting. We did update your packet that showed that there were 2 changes to recommended projects based on the advisory finance committee votes in the last evening. The available funds that the finance committee considered last night included an addition of $49,000 from what was shown in your packet based on interest accrued in fiscal 25. And then when at the meeting last night, there was clarification from the fire department that one of the proposals that they had made was the final number was actually half of what we had proposed. So instead of the $87,000 that you see in your packet, it was actually the $43,000. So that increased the available funding. And so you did receive from me today an updated spreadsheet, which shows that if you were to award in line with the Finance Committee, there would be an available funding balance of about $76,000. The way that we have proposed that that money be used is that we vote to award any additional accrued interest by the end of the calendar year, and also any available funds that come from projects coming in less than what's awarded to the DPW's proposal for the lead service line inventory project. And so that available funding, that $76,000, would go to that project, as well as any additional interest accrued. So that's how the Finance Committee voted. That's how we're recommending that the Select Board vote. We do have many of the department heads that have made these proposals in the audience tonight to make a presentation and to answer any questions. There's a couple that weren't able to be here that I'm happy to try to answer questions as well.
Thank you, Christy, and I'll just share with the board that I think the best way to go through this is we'll have the presenters present all of the different proposals, and then we'll get into questions and try to bulk all the items that we want to approve, and then get into questions on individual items similar to other votes that we've taken. So with that said, I'll just go through the list. One exception is I did receive a request that we do the YFS Language Equity and Counseling Services first, so I'll just look for Mr. Kalin to come up and talk to us about that project.
While he's coming up, I just want to add that one of the criteria that we used as we looked at these projects were projects that we anticipated for the FY26 budget requests that we already got, so trying to supplement those requests with this funding, and then also the requests that we were seeing coming in on the FY26 capital plan.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Fred Kalin, the Executive Director of Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services. As you know, we're contracted to do the clinical services of Westborough Youth and Family Services starting this past July 1st. And in these first 5 or 6 months, right around 20% of the referrals that have come to us are youth seeking services, but their parents or guardians have limited or moderate English proficiency. And so communicating with them around clinical issues requires some kind of intervention, since our 2 clinicians are not fluent in multiple languages. So the proposal is for medical interpretation that would be on demand, essentially a Zoom call, in order to process necessary things like if a youth discloses self-harm, you have to do a safety plan, with the family as soon as possible. Those services, short of having a certified in-house interpreter, these services are HIPAA compliant. They're sort of the next standard. They meet ethical requirements, et cetera. So the $25,000 request would be for 2025 and 2026. While they have to be obligated by the end of this year, the funds need to be spent by the end of 2026. So it would give us 2 years to have this ability to do this. I know that currently in the Westborough Public Schools, 11% of families speak a language other than English at home. And I know the percentage is higher for the elementary school. So as we progress through the years, the percentage is likely to grow. And I know there are currently 40 languages spoken other than English spoken at home among Westborough public school families. So that's the purpose of the request.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Oh, actually, we'll hold off. Anything else you want to add? We'll just move on.
Should we ask questions?
Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
He's here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So appreciate the background and context. I know that this focuses on English, ELL, non-English, but what about ASL services for deaf and hard of hearing? Is that covered in this request? Supportive services?
I don't believe so. And I'm not certain, though. Okay. I don't know 100%. I could probably find out in the next few minutes.
Okay.
I'm not sure if the service encompasses that, to be
Okay.
honest with you. We focused on making sure that the service that we were looking at would cover all of the languages currently identified.
Which is broad, and I want to appreciate that. I just also know from personal experience in the medical community, in specifically, that is a huge deficit we have in
Absolutely.
our system. And so if it's not included, I would, perhaps there can be some thoughts to inclusion. And again, if it's not a need currently, appreciate you guys know what your clientele is. But that may be prohibitive if those services aren't there at the get-go.
Absolutely. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Other questions? No. None? Thank you, Fred.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to add that, as the board knows, but just for everyone else, the initial allocation to Youth and Family Services was about $200,000. That was for 2 different contracts. Given the vacancies that we had in that department for so long, we didn't move forward with those projects. So the board did take a vote to put that money back to the available balance. So this would be the only project for Youth and Family Services.
Thank you, Christy. All right, moving on, we'll go to the Conservation Department's request for $85,000 for Piccadilly Brook Bridge replacement. Welcome, Jen.
Sorry for the delay. I know you've got a long meeting ahead of you.
No worries.
I think that's good. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. So the project we have to present tonight is for bridge replacement. We had a structure fail earlier this year, just after spring town meeting in late March. And then the structure was removed in April because people were still using it and accessing it to get across the river or the brook.
Jen, can you just speak up a little bit?
Sure.
Maybe it's late.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank
I didn't feel like it was projecting either.
Thank you.
So this project is at Bowman Conservation Area, one of our more popular conservation areas in town. People access those trails, I would say, in pretty strong numbers. This is one of the 2 most popular sites, and this particular portion of the trail is part of a loop that a lot of people enjoy using on a regular basis. So it becomes part of like their daily walks. The previous structure was probably an Eagle Scout project, definitely predates my time here in Westborough. It's a few decades old probably at this point, or was. And while it was a rudimentary structure, but it served its purpose for a couple of decades. And just at this point, putting a similar structure back in place wouldn't really meet a lot of our needs as a community, and I'll kind of go through some of that. But just some pictures of what was there before. This had been identified as one of the structures when we were doing an assessment last year of a structure that needed some TLC, definitely needed some decking replaced, and there were pieces of metal that were sticking out that needed to be addressed as impalement hazards. So basically the old structure had no formal bridge abutments. Basically there's some stacked stone that you can see in the upper left picture that served as the foundation for the attachment points for the bridge. And on the opposite side, the picture on the upper right shows where it was separating from the bank, and someone had added a little ramp to it just to make it a little bit easier for people to get from the bridge to the bank. So this structure was already in pretty rough shape before it failed. On the picture at the bottom shows the failure with one of the telephone poles collapsing into the water. The telephone poles were the main structural platform. Wooden decking needed to be replaced. The handrails were in pretty rough shape as well, and definitely were not ADA compliant, presented a fall risk, so they didn't meet building code. And then, as I said earlier, there were some impalement hazards as well that you can see in that lower picture. You can see some of those rusty bolts sticking out of the telephone pole. So this is a picture of the conditions now. The first picture on the left is just after we took the bridge down, when the brook was more at normal water levels. It's a 30-foot span, so it's one of the longer crossings that we have in our conservation areas. And then the two pictures in the middle and on the right are of current condition. So we're in a drought right now, so water level is obviously much lower than normal. But this portion of the brook is just before it enters into or flows into the Sandra Pond Reservoir, which is part of our drinking water supply. So pretty important for us to keep people out of the river, even when you can get across it when the water levels are low. Typically not this low, though. This is very low. I just wanted to give some examples of what a replacement structure might look like. I think the visuals are helpful. So what we're proposing is concrete abutments with anchoring for flood resiliency. So this is a significant investment for the town. We want to make sure the structure is going to withstand the test of time and flood impacts due to climate change. This is in a FEMA flood zone, so in heavy rain events, this area does receive a good amount of water, and we want to make sure even if water levels get above the deck of the bridge, that it will stay in place. So those concrete abutments with anchoring are really important. It's a 30-foot span, 5 feet wide. The 5-foot width gives us plenty of room for ADA compliance. I'll touch on that again. We're proposing fiberglass construction. Initially, I looked at wood construction, but in talking with a structural engineer who specializes in bridge design, her recommendation was to look at fiberglass. She looked into the pricing for that, and there was only a $10,000 price difference, which got us 100 years instead of 50. So it seemed like for 50 more years of useful life, the $10,000 increase would be worth it. These are all examples of fiberglass, just different, slightly different structural looks to them. And then the handrails will meet both building code and ADA compliance. So building code is the fall risk because of the height to the stream bed, and ADA compliance is the height of the handrails. And then decking, both the decking and the grading will be ADA compliant as well. If any of you are familiar with that section of trail, I fully recognize that the steep slope on the opposite side of the trail is not ADA compliant, and even the access road on the other side, it would be tough, if not impossible, for a wheelchair to get through. But when we look at ADA compliance, we're not just talking about wheelchair accessibility. We're also talking about the person with visual impairments who might need that handrail to feel safe crossing over the structure. We're talking about the parents with the jogging stroller who then can navigate the trails and get up the stairs. And also even someone with a cane that might just need that extra support of the handrails. So all of these are important aspects to consider. I did also talk with the structural engineer about what do the cost savings look like if we shrunk the footprint from, say, 5 feet to 3 feet and moved away from the full ADA compliance on the width. And it would only save us about $4,000 in the total cost because we're really just saving some of the decking material. We still need just as long of the truss supports. We still need as many deck panels. The handrails don't change. It's really just saving us a few feet on the decking. And then just to kind of go over some of these items real quick again, recommending fiberglass. We can look at a wood option, but fiberglass is only $10,000 more. We get a lot more life out of it. Majority of the cost is in the structure itself, so the truss kit at $21,000. The abutments, so that concrete, whether we do formed concrete or poured in place, it's still gonna run us about the same price of $15.5 thousand. And then the fabrication and installation are the biggest costs. It would be amazing if we could get someone to install this during the drought we have right now. It would be so much easier, but likely not to be the case. I wish I knew there was a drought coming. I would have tried to get some sort of funding sooner. But more than likely, they're going to need to cross the brook with water in it, and that gets expensive. So that's why that price is where it is. Any questions?
Open it up.
No.
Go ahead, Sean.
I would just mention one thing, I guess, related to all these projects, right? Typically, when we approve projects or town meeting approves projects, sort of whatever isn't used by the project comes back to the town as free cash. And that's not going to happen with any of these, right? Whatever money's left over goes back to the federal government at the end
Well, we're
of
gonna put it to the lead
26.
We're going to
service.
have the lead service, yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying these are allocated at the end of this year, so they do this project next year and it only costs 80 grand, then that's $5,000 that's not spent.
No, so you're right that if we don't obligate the funds that we received, not the interest, but the funds that we received, that it would go back to the federal government. That is correct. What we have been advised, we work with Clifton Larson Allen, our advisor, and what they have advised us is that after December 31st of this year, any funding that becomes available, because there might be a cost savings, can be distributed to a different project that was approved. And so that is the request here, is that you identify the lead service line project as receiving those funds.
Project, and then that can happen into next year in
through the end of 26.
2026.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I did not know that. That's very helpful. All right. Never mind.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Anything else?
So while Jen is here, thank you for the visuals, always very helpful. I don't know, Patrick, how you want to handle this. I do have a question regarding one of the projects that was not recommended to come forward, that being the Zwicker Farm Conservation. And I don't know if it makes sense for me to ask Jen a question now, or you want to hold that until the end.
I'll be here, so if you want to visit it at the end, that's fine.
That's fine.
You've raised it. Go ahead, just.
Okay,
we wanna
yeah,
just do
so,
it now.
Fully recognizing the process that we've worked through that has served us well through ARPA, not trying to disrupt that. But when I saw this particular item that didn't make it forward, it just raised my awareness that we've made some significant investments in our open space, Zwicker, Daypray, I keep forgetting
Park, I mean, there's sorts of-
Belknap, right, so,
McElrath.
yes, go on and on, right? So, and Jen, you've given us in the past year or so little drips of, hey guys, it costs money to maintain this, stewardship, so on and so forth. And so I am sitting here before you saying, I do not have a good sense of what that picture looks like for this town. We've made the commitment, we've received amazing grants as well, so it's not been fully out of taxpayer pockets, but I don't have a sense of what we're in for.
Sure.
I also know that the town very much values our open space, and I think we want to continue to invest where there are opportunities. Having said that, I saw the request for $25,000 for Zwicker Farm Conservation and your explanation, and while there was a lot of technical language, that said to me, hey, look, we acquired this, now we've got to maintain it, and we've got to invest in it. And I don't know how long these things can wait, like we push it down a year or two, whatever. So in short, I'm not sure whether or not I'm going to recommend adding that to the boards for consideration for vote. So I'm just giving the board a heads up here, even though it didn't go through the finance process. I'm reserving that right at the moment. But I am asking at a future meeting at the appropriate time for a presentation to this board and thus the community to really understand your world, quite frankly, and what the long-term plan is for funding, because I don't have any idea. And so I know we've talked about it before. This gave me an opportunity to raise that, and so I don't have any questions about that project. Okay.
So I just want to remind everyone, so last year, the community development budget was raised by $10,000 specifically for maintenance of these properties. And at the time, we did say that $10,000 was not going to cover all of those properties. And so we requested that for this year, they come back with a plan. And so, and that message has continued. So, so that is on our list and a priority. So just wanting to make sure everyone's aware.
Yeah, and so happy to come back and kind of get into more detail about what the different strategies are for managing these properties, and where each one kind of is at this point in time, because they are at different places.
And just one follow-on question that ties into the project before us, and that is, when work is done, like there was some clearly ad hoc after work done on the bridge that looked like some plywood and what have you. Who oversees that, whether or not that can be done, should be done?
So I think that is something that I'm looking to have be a little bit more formalized or established.
Okay.
I was supposed to be at the same time at a meeting with the Land Trust Stewardship Committee tonight. So I'll have to wait till December to meet with them, but I'm trying to formalize that a little bit more so that we are making a more united effort instead of sometimes moving in concert or opposite directions, right?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, appreciate that.
In both ways, making sure they're informed of what we're planning on doing and that we know what they're moving forward, because we both have different lists of maintenance priorities.
Yep.
And Jen, we also, just for the board's awareness, about a month or so ago, we started the process on the open space and recreation plan that I think by state law we have to update every 10 years, if I remember correctly.
7.
7. Okay,
Yep.
7 years. So we've begun that process.
Yeah,
So
right,
it's timely for that conversation to be as well.
Definitely.
That said, any other questions? I did have one question for you. The ADA compliant piece. I'm not sure if this is a good question for you or Fred, and Fred's not here, I don't think. Is there different levels of ADA compliance? So for example, are we gonna, if we build this ADA compliant, but we recognize that the paths leading to or after don't meet, I'll say full ADA for lack of a better word, do we get credit to, or is that seen as ADA compliant still because it meets a additional ADA need?
Yeah. So the bridge and the approach would be ADA compliant, and then it allows us, it actually positions us well, I think, to try and pursue like a Mass Trails grant for making the trail from Minuteman Park, where the asphalt ends, to this point, to make it ADA compliant if we wanted to in the future. The other side is never going to be fully ADA compliant, it's just too steep. But it doesn't mean that if we, as we make additions, we make it more feasible for more of our residents to enjoy it, depending on what their levels of accessibility are.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, moving on. This is DPW Facilities Community Center Server Room Cooling. Mark's here. Welcome, Mark.
Hello.
Either one.
Hello.
Whichever one works for you. They both.
Yeah, Mark Stockman, IT Director. As part of the Forbes building renovation, the HVAC contractor installed an FX server as the interface to manage the building HVAC systems. The hardware system is now 6 years old, so it's recommended to be upgraded. The town has a newer existing FX server with an available license, so no new hardware would be needed. However, an upgrade to the current configuration is highly recommended as part of the migration. When the system was installed, we had a lot of problems, and the current system is only patched together to keep things running. It's not optimized for a balanced operation, and it's very inefficient. A rough return on investment is about 10 years with the upgraded configuration, using various energy-saving algorithms, but it's possible it could be sooner than that. And additionally, a more balanced operation would be better for the equipment. Questions?
Thank you.
And this was the $9,500 ask, is that, am I looking at that correctly?
Correct, that's, yeah,
The
9,500.
BMS
Yep.
migrate, okay.
So,
Don't know what it stands for.
I guess I just have to say, I mean, I realize it has to be done. We made this investment. The HVAC system at Forbes has been troublesome, to say the least. I'm not putting that on you, Mark. You don't deal with it. You're just presenting the technology need.
Correct.
So I'm not here to shoot the messenger. That's not the intent. But I do feel a responsibility that even though it's $9,500, like, it's gonna pain me to approve this because it's 6 years old with an expectation of 10 years. And it sounds like it's been, it hasn't been optimal from the get-go. So, can't fix it, but these are the pain points that the public hears, that they get fixated on, and that they feel like we're not, we're not using tax dollars wisely. There's a lot of detail that goes into the Forbes building and that project. I'm not trying to rehash that here, but I do think I'll support it, but I'll support it with lots of hesitation and not wanting to, quite frankly.
Understood.
Okay. And Mark, were you also presenting the Avaya office upgrade?
Excuse me, the what?
The Avaya office upgrade?
Correct, yep. Are we gonna skip and go right to that?
So I apologize.
So you're doing three.
We were talking, the community center server room cooling was at first.
Right.
But we went to the BMS migration at Forbes.
I'm sorry.
No
That-
worries.
that
So
was my,
maybe if you could back up and do the community center serving room,
Yep.
and then we could go to the Avaya office upgrade.
Yeah, my paperwork's out of order from last night.
No worries.
Okay, so the new community center has an IDF or a switch room, whatever you want to call it. It's a small enclosed room in the interior of the building on the second floor. It was noticeably hot during the summer when we were doing wiring. And then on opening day, we installed a temperature monitor. It's been running on average 75, 76 degrees throughout the fall, and with increases into the low 80s on warm fall days. The expectation is that when we get to summertime next year, we're going to have some problems. And it's recommended that we, for all our IDFs and MDFs, that we install cooling.
Okay.
Questions?
On that? Go ahead.
I'll go again. So Mark, can you describe the project in a little bit more detail? And I'll give you some context for my question, right? So you know that we're considering a major renovation to this whole building. Primarily, the first floor is what's being talked about as the initial phase. My question is whether or not work that could be done there or potentially will be done there would address this. Like, does it have to be in that room? I don't know. You're the tech guy, right? What are we getting for $15,000? That seems like a lot of money to cool a room. I'm not a tech person, but a little more description to understand what it is and why we need it now, and that there aren't any other lower cost options, like even venting the room in a way like, yeah. So just if you could explain it, please.
Okay, yeah, so it would be a split system. So this is kind of a standard piece of equipment for cooling. Inflation has made this more expensive than it would have been in the not too distant future and distant past. So the split unit is preferred over ventilation or like an exhaust solution. We've tried an exhaust solution at Forbes before the renovation. That interior room used to get into the 90s and the 100s in the summer. The exhaust brought it down into the 90s, and it was okay. It was better than hundreds,
Yeah.
but it didn't get us down to a good operating temperature.
And which is what?
Definitely below 85, but preferably closer to under 75.
Okay.
I mean, ideally, 70 room temperature would be preferred.
Did you have a follow-up?
If I can add, the heat dramatically shortens the life of the equipment. And an IDF is an intermediate distribution frame, so that's switching equipment, potentially small servers that are needed to serve the second floor, any sort of control equipment. We're talking about switches that cost thousands of dollars each. And initially they just become unreliable, so people don't understand why their computers and things disconnect. The security system goes through that IDF. Life safety systems go through that room, so it's the type of thing. A lot of those systems now monitor their internal temperature, and for some manufacturers, having it consistently in a room that's overheated will invalidate any warranty as well.
Mark, is this switch room in the only switch room for the entire 60,000 square feet?
No, as part of the plan for the phase one, I guess that you'd call it, there is a plan for an IDF on the first floor as well. I mean, there's going to be a lot of, this is a 60,000 square foot building. There's going to be a lot of IT infrastructure in the building.
Yeah, so I appreciate that because, again, public perception here, and I'm just going to be frank, is that I think it's important that it's not perceived as we're chipping away at this project in other ways. So it's important, I think, to understand for the public that the second floor needs its own server room. That's what I'm hearing you say. We have to ventilate it to make sure the equipment lasts properly, functions properly, and lasts as long as it can.
Yeah, and also to prevent unnecessary shutdowns. In the Forbes building, when we did have those high temperatures, we lost a lot of equipment. We lost switches, we lost UPS equipment, we lost other equipment. It fails a lot faster.
Yep, okay, thank you very much.
Other questions? So Mark, my question to you is kind of similar vein as Shelby's in regards to the capacity of the current IDF with the build out on the second floor and this IDF being planned to support that operation on the second floor and phase one future potential IDF on the first floor. What is the capacity that you're at right now in this IDF, and do you expect any more expansion? And would this cooling system handle that future expansion?
So right now the load is not too significant, although it's generating plenty of heat because it's not cooling. Yeah. I mean, it's the temperature's getting up there. I'm not sure what the expansion is. I mean, certainly we're going to be adding security systems. Certainly we're going to be adding an alarm system. We're going to be adding a security cameras, and we'd like to be able to use that facility once there's a generator in place as an additional, disaster recovery site. So we'd love to be able to put, a server or two in there, to sort of balance out our operation. I think there's it's hard to say what we'll have in 2 or 3 years, but I think we're looking at a half-ton unit for cooling, and that should be adequate for whatever we plan to put in there.
And not to get too geeky here, is the intention to use virtualization as much as possible so that you're not putting in a lot of physical server units that are jacking up your temperature?
So we are definitely virtualizing quite a bit and going to the cloud when we can, but there's still a lot of servers or even just appliances that are still going to be server-like, producing heat. There's kind of no way to get away from all of them quite yet.
Okay, thank you. And any other questions on that? The Avaya office upgrade.
Oh, okay.
You cover that as well? Yep.
Yeah, let's do them all.
Let's
right?
do them all. You're already here. Yep.
Okay. Okay, so the town has an enterprise phone system which spans 6 locations. We have Town Hall, which also includes Forbes offices, police, fire, DPW, library, and the senior center. The current software, revision 11, is no longer supported. The last patch came out this summer. It's recommended that we upgrade to R12.
That's what this would do.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so it would include all 6 sites plus the voicemail.
And how long will the support last on R12 under this $18,000?
So
How long would the support last? I'm assuming there's support that comes with it. You mentioned that R11 is no longer supported. I'm assuming there's support with R12.
So there's not an end of service life at the moment. It just came out not too long ago, R12. So the expectation is that we would get 3 to 5 years out of it, or until the next version comes out. Usually, how they do it is so R12 just came out, even though R11 is no longer supported. I mean, they're not creating patches for it. So then the previous one is end of life. But we want to be with the ones that are, coming out with security patches.
Sure, absolutely. No questions? No? Thank you, Mark.
Do we have one more?
I don't.
Oh, that's recreation's doing security, okay.
Yeah, I think that was it. So moving on, we'll get to the fire department, fire alarm repair. Chief, come on up. Chief, we'll do all 3 of yours at the same time, if that's okay with you.
While he's getting set up, Fred Kalin from SOFS did need to leave, but he did send me an email, letting me know that the service does include ASL.
ASL, good, that's great to hear. Good question. Let's go.
Oh, thanks. Mind if I go a little out of order for my presentation?
Sure, whatever order you like.
So hi, good evening, Patrick Purcell, serving as the fire chief here in the town of Westborough. I have 3 projects before you tonight. The first one is, the first 2 are actually for the Emergency Medical Services Division of the department. So, we have 4 ambulances. 3 of them are frontline in service 24/7. We have a mechanical spare. On every ambulance, we have a stair chair, which is a carrying device to carry people from their homes or from elevated positions out to an awaiting stretcher before we put them into an ambulance. We're required to carry the majority of our patients out and not allow them to walk per Department of Public Health protocols. So this is a picture of a stair chair. If you wanted to know what one looked like, it's designed to actually be pushed down a flight of stairs with some pressure. Very different device than when I first started this 35 years ago. It was a back-breaking back then. This has extendable arms at the top and the bottom, and has like a snowmobile track that tips down off of the back. It's got a carrying capacity of like close to 350 pounds, which sadly we see from time to time, or more, and they're used every day on our fleet. So the 3 that we have, as you can see on the side, for full transparency, we logged their model numbers, serial numbers, and the asset origin date. You can see that 2 of them are 19 years old. They typically have a life expectancy of 8 years. We've done a pretty robust preventative maintenance program throughout the life of these, and it was recommended by the Department of Public Health at our last inspection that we considered upgrading the ones that we have now before they had a catastrophic failure, as well as during the preventative maintenance that's done annually on those. It was recommended that we start looking at buying new ones down the road. So we took advantage of this opportunity to present this to you today. I do have a quote for these, which is inclusive of a 3-year preventative maintenance agreement, and you can see there that the total is $17,439.30, and I can certainly leave a quote here for transparency purposes.
Thank you,
Is
Chief.
this just for one?
No, we're going to buy 2. That's total cost for two.
Okay.
Questions?
Okay, thank you, Chief. Go ahead.
My second proposal, also for the Emergency Medical Services Division, is for the Lucas CPR system. So also on the 3 in-service ambulances, we have this device. This actually separates the yellow portion from the rest of the device. The yellow portion would go underneath a victim's back and then reapply with clamps straight down. They lock in. You can see on the gray part there's some Velcro which would suspend a person's arms up, so if we were carrying somebody in cardiac arrest, their arms would not fall and they wouldn't sustain further injuries. What this device does for us is it performs CPR for people that are pulseless. Traditionally, when a rescuer is doing CPR, they can do effective CPR for 2 minutes before they begin to fatigue, and at that point we compromise compression and recoil and blood filling of the heart. So the device just allows us to keep going without having to switch out rescuers. Also, it allows us to have a uninterrupted CPR. So in theory, if we were carrying someone down the stairs 2 or 3 flights, we would have somebody flat and we would have to interrupt the CPR for a short amount of time, putting a patient down between landings and redoing CPR. This lets us keep going. And thirdly, it allows us to keep doing CPR in the back of the ambulance without having to stand up outside of a seatbelt. So when the paramedics take care of a person in cardiac arrest now, one person is seatbelted in at the head, managing the airway. Second person is seatbelted in at their side. They don't have to do the CPR. They can administer medication, start IVs, and then do the array of advanced cardiac life support that's required on those calls. Currently, we have 2 that are 11 years old. 1 is 3. Also, these are at the end of their life. Also, as they're not. If they break again, we were told that they're not going to fix this version. This is like one of the original versions that's out. You can see by the dates of origin up here, the 2013 compared to the 2020, the difference in serial numbers. There's a lot more that's been produced since then. But as the same thing I showed you with the chairs, they're aged out and ready to go. This is a piece of equipment we really should not go without. If we're afforded the opportunity to make this purchase, included in the quote, which I also have here for you, here as well, there is a trade-in. We're going to trade those in immediately and put the new ones into service if you allow us to effect that purchase.
Thank you, Chief.
And this was a decrease from 87 to 43.5, correct?
Yeah, so it was I communicated poorly on my application. I wrote down 43, blah, 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 times 2, meaning for 2 devices, when then that was multiplied out and times 2 to 87,000 something. So it's really the 43,000 number.
Yep. For the 2.
For the 2,
yep.
Yes.
Okay, other questions? Nope, okay, go ahead. There you go.
Yeah, if you want to see how it works, that's kind of what it looks like on a mannequin.
Interesting.
This is a picture of our fire alarm control panel in the fire station. You can see the yellow trouble light is on there right now, and when you look up the codes for there's 15 troubles, indicative of 15 carbon monoxide detectors that are expired. This fire alarm system that was put in the building in 2014 is a simplex system. There's very few vendors around that serve as simplex systems anymore. As a result, we need to have them come back, reprogram the panel, and install new carbon monoxide detection throughout the fire station. We did get a quote to get that done. I have that before you, and that price is $7,001.36. I just think this is an important thing. If we're enforcing the fire code, we probably shouldn't have a fire panel that's in trouble, and we respectfully request the funding for that. I also have a copy of that quote, which I can leave with you tonight as well.
Questions? Sorry, just Chief, just like a homeowner's, it's every 10 years, is that correct, that this type of?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Yep.
Just replaced all mine. So. Okay. Thank you very much, Chief.
You're welcome.
Let's see, moving on. Police Chief. We'll move on to training facility improvements.
So while he's setting up, the original request, as you saw in your packet, was $150,000. The total project was reduced from a $3 million project to this $250,000 project, which he'll speak to. The $250,000 was going to be offset by $100,000 coming from the Westborough Police Foundation. At the finance team level, the award was reduced from $150,000 to $67,000. In talking to the chief, there's challenges with that because the first step has a cost of $87,000, which is the lead reclamation. So last night at the Advisory Finance Committee voted to recommend that $87,000 be awarded to the project for lead reclamation.
I'm sorry, can you just explain the change to the 67? I wasn't following. Before AFC increased it by 20.
So the finance team had reduced the award, reduced from the ask from $150,000 to $67,000 with the intention that they could move forward with the purchase of the target system. But in terms of sort of the logical order, the lead reclamation would need to happen first. And so the finance team, or the Advisory Finance Committee added the $20,000 back to the project so that the lead reclamation step could happen first.
Okay, so the request is not for, it's 100% lead
reclamation
at $87,000.
The request is still the $150,000, so this board would have that opportunity. Obviously, having to move money around from what you've seen, but the award to the recommendation to this point is the $87,000.
But that would 100% take care, and maybe we should let the chief, that would 100% take care of the lead issue?
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks for the lead-in.
All right.
Welcome, Chief.
Good evening, Todd Minardi, your police chief. Thank you for that. So yes, the initial proposal was for the $150,000 for the cleanup of the range facility and a new target system. So that's what this proposal, this presentation is going to show you. I know you got a busy night. I'll go through it a little bit quickly. I'm sure you'll have questions. But this is our current training range right now up behind the DPW. So just as a little historical backdrop, this project started back in FY18 as a concept to clean up the range, install a bullet trap so there'd be no more lead cleanup needed later, and to install a target system to improve the training of our police officers. It was estimated for equipment-wise probably around $550,000. Due to COVID-19, the project was cut back. As we know, there was funding issues, and because of COVID-19, the prices of everything went up. We did some more work on it. It probably elevated to about $750,000. The Secretary of Public Safety got involved with me. I did a presentation with him and his staff and the director of the Municipal Police Training Council. They were looking for a place to shoot. We kind of had a shovel-ready project. They wanted to get some grant money available, but they were greatly going to expand the scope of the project. It was going to be probably about a $3 million project with considerable grant funding. Unfortunately, the grant funding never materialized. The project scope did expand due to having a bullet trap. It came to the realization that a lot of other work needed to be done. The Westborough Police Foundation was working hard to raise money. The project was pushed back to FY28 with an estimated at least $2 million. That's been on the capital plan. If you look at the budget documents for the police department, it's been on our long-range plan for a number of years. This particular year, I decided that a cleanup needed to be done. It was just time to get to work on it. So we actually took a 3D crime scene scanner off of our capital proposal for FY26 and replaced it with the $87,000 estimated to do a cleanup of the site. ARPA funding became available. I decided it was an opportunity to simplify the project so that we could move forward. Even based on your meeting earlier tonight, we understand the tax impact of the programs and issues that are brought before you and the town and the many projects that they have. And I didn't feel it was prudent to try to move forward with a multi-million-dollar project. So we're estimating it around $250,000. I spoke to the Police Foundation. They were willing to kick in about $100,000, so that was why this request came to you. This was a rendering done by an architect. of what we were first looking for. It was going to be a semi-enclosed facility. What we're asking for now is to clean up the existing range. Excuse me. We're going to work with a company, MT2. They provide a maintenance plan. They install a state-of-the-art target system and provide our police officers with an opportunity to have the very best training. I won't get into a lot of this. It's just about MT2, what they do. They dig out the berms, sift the soil, clean out the lead, chemically treat the remaining soil when they put it back. They re-instruct the berm, and they recycle the lead that's recovered. Again, our current training facility, there's no moving targets. One of the issues is we don't do any decisional training. There's no judgmental training. Again, the targets are just in a stationary position. You walk up to the range, you can see what the target is, you already know how you're going to react. It's hung by a cable suspension system that sometimes the cable actually gets broken, and that pretty much ends your training day. This is a rendering of what we're proposing. They're independently hung targets. They turn 360 degrees. They can turn independently. So basically, you don't know what the target's going to be until it presents itself to you. A little bit of liability considerations under 42 U.S.C. 1983. You've probably heard me talk about that many times. One of the issues is a failure to train. The municipality may be held liable where violations result in the municipality's failure to adequately train its employees if that reflects a deliberate indifference on part of the municipality. We have criminal justice training council standards to think about, civilian safety, and officer safety to think about. Some more issues on liability. The training must reflect the environment the officers are likely to face. That's one of the reasons why we do low light training or we shoot at night, because half our officers work at night. Agencies must conduct decision-making training with respect to the use of deadly force. So we call it like shoot, don't shoot, but it's judgmental training, it's decision training. From the Department of Justice, they stated making judgments regarding the appropriateness of force in a given situation probably presents the greatest challenges to a police officer. The Supreme Court has observed that such judgments are often made in circumstances that are tense, uncertain, and rapidly evolving. Not only can training provide a frame of reference for such decisions, but it can also condition the mind of the officer to assess relevant information quickly and accurately to choose a reasonable response. And that's written from the Department of Justice, again. So if I can get this to play, you'll see what the target system consists of. So they turn on their own. Well, it's operated by a remote control by the firearms instructor. They are electric, run on a low voltage. So you see at the bottom of the screen there, it says friend versus foe presentation. And that's where the judgment and decision-making process comes into play. So this is actually a range in Buffalo, New York. That's similar to what ours would present. Oops, sorry. And one of the reasons why this is important, if you remember November 15th, 5 years ago, we did have an officer-involved shooting. We're fortunate that it worked out without an officer getting hurt, and we were cleared by the district attorney. There was no fault on the officer, but it does happen. So I know as what was recommended was just the cleanup of the range, but it's a perfect opportunity to install the target system, and I think it's an important training requirement for our officers to have. But ultimately, that's my presentation. If you have any questions.
Sure, I'll open it up to the board.
Sure. When the concept of upgrading the training facility was first brought before us, there was discussion of the fact that Westborough is able to rent out that facility to other agencies for their training needs as a way of generating some revenue to offset the ongoing maintenance costs. Is that still part of the plan?
So for many, many years, we've always had other agencies, state, federal, local law enforcement using our range because it's such a need. There's really no place to shoot. So we've never had really a mechanism to collect funds for agencies that were using it. I did go to every agency that's used our range, and I asked them if they were willing to provide funds to assist with this project, and they all said no. If the town wanted to explore that moving forward, that's something we could certainly do, with the understanding that it's going to cause more wear and tear on the range. There's going to be more lead deposits that are going to have to be cleaned up sooner. So one of the things with MT2 is we'd work with them to kind of produce a stewardship plan, and it's based on usage, how many times or how often they'd have to come back to do any more lead reclamation or cleaning up of the soil. So obviously if it's getting used more, then that's going to happen more frequently. The other issue is with the target system, we can't just have anyone going down there trying to use it, so we'd have to provide an instructor.
So we wouldn't be having other agencies using the range going forward, or it would be limited?
I think it would be, personally, I would at least limit it to our surrounding communities. I certainly think that we all share resources, and when I can help another law enforcement organization, I want to do that. I think Upton was here the other night shooting. I know Northborough uses the range. So I don't want to close people out. It's just, we'd have to have a further discussion about how that's going to look. I mean, now the way it is, they just go there, they hang their own targets, they shoot, they leave. But it's different having the electronic target system and, a stewardship program moving forward. We'd have to account for how much it's getting used.
Right. I'd suggest that it's worth exploring, even if it's a nominal fee to help, cover the stewardship program and the maintenance of the facility. I'm not looking to generate revenue and profit.
Yeah.
And,
I really think the foundation is going to be a great partner with this range moving forward. It's one of the main reasons why they were founded, was to help with this project. And I can envision in the future, if we need to do upgrades or we need some help with some equipment, that they'd be a great partner in doing that.
Chief, just so I understand, so with the recommendation of the 87,000, I understand that does just the lead reclamation piece. 250, I think, roughly was your total. 100 coming from Police Foundation today. So if to get what you want there that you showed, it's an additional 63,000. Is that?
It would be around 63. The numbers aren't quite set in stone yet. It was, when we didn't have a whole lot of time to prepare exact numbers and get exact quotes, given the cleanup company and then the equipment company and installation and all those different types of moving parts that go with it. It's an estimate, but I would say, I certainly wouldn't be looking for more money from the town. The foundation would cover any excess amount that might be over that 250.
Okay, thank you.
So the thought is, 87 here today gets you started with the lead reclamation part of the project. And then the difference is probably a capital article for annual town meetings.
Well, that's, I guess, the AFC's thought.
Is one way it could happen.
That's one way it could happen, yes.
Got it.
Yeah, so I think the stewardship program is pretty interesting, and certainly I think there's a balance between sort of supporting local communities and the reciprocal nature of what you do. Mm-hmm. And I certainly understand that. I also, I guess I feel a little bit like these funds are ours to use, and so use of them long-term, I think I mean, even if it's an understanding, I mean, if it's gonna be our staff there, our equipment, our sheets, our this, I mean, I think that there's even, because even with the police foundation, those funds are generally, a lot of times, coming from somewhere in the community. And I know you know that from the support that has been brought for the police foundation. So, not to be addressed today, but I would support, you know, you looking into that further to recoup some of those costs. I think that that's sort of also being part of being a good neighbor. If I borrow someone's cup of sugar, I'm probably gonna, you know, give them a pound of sugar back, right? And I don't know why police departments or any other mutual wouldn't work the same way. Maybe they don't, but that's my suggestion. I'm interested, I was sort of thinking along the lines of what Sean just said with respect to 87 now, get the cleanup done. My question though is, with a future town meeting article, what is the build-out time? Do you have a sense of that, of the actual construction of the project once the reclamation is done?
Well, that would be, I couldn't really get that until the money was approved. You know, I can't.
I mean, I don't want to say it doesn't look complicated, but it doesn't, you know, you're not building a building, so is it?
No, they basically, they have to put in like a slab where they fasten the base of the targets to, and they put in a short knee wall. There would be a little bit of conduit run for the electrical service.
Yeah.
It's not a big,
Yeah.
it's not a big project.
Yeah, okay, so, though this may not be where you want to go, if that were to be a future capital item at our next town meeting, annual town meeting, it's something that conceivably you could be using by certainly mid-calendar year in '25.
Hopefully, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief. I'm supportive of the $87,000 for this. I appreciate you bringing this forward. It's certainly something, you know, we want to clean up that area. It's next to a very pristine resource in the community. So I'm glad that you brought this forward and been persistent on this over the years. My questions to you are, I did watch the EFC meeting last night, so I found it pretty interesting to understand the usage of the range. You provided some information about not only the federal, state, and other local departments that use it. You also gave some data in regards to how much our department uses it. I think you mentioned about 3 or 4 days twice a year for the certifications.
That's our formal training. Yeah,
That's the formal training.
We're required to shoot twice a year, but the range gets used by our officers on a regular basis.
More frequently. Yeah, I live only half a mile away, I hear it. And I don't mind it. You know, it's fine. It's a need. So my questions to you are, I guess, first of all, I was just doing a little bit of research on it. The problem seems to be around the lead. That's kind of what started this. And my understanding is that there's a number, and I did go out and do a little bit of research around this. There are lead-free ammunition out there.
Mm-hmm.
If we're using $87,000 to go clean this up, and now we could have a future contract with MT2 to do what was the term you used?
Reclamation.
Stewardship,
Yeah,
to come out on a
stewardship
regular
of-
basis.
yeah.
Could we eliminate that cost potentially by at least I'm not a arms expert. And in reading some of the information, there seems to be differences between, you know, the ammo. But for the purposes of certification of the officers at that range, is it possible to make that a lead-free range so that we wouldn't have the expense in the future of future cleanup by MT2?
There's a possibility to make it mostly a lead-free range, yes. And we shoot mostly lead-free ammo now. We have been for a while.
Okay.
It's frangible ammunition, and it's lead-free. But for decades, that's not what was shot there. So that's certainly a discussion to have with the reclamation company to keep track of what's being used on the range. That would certainly have an impact on how often it would need to be.
And there's probably I'm imagining there's certain calibers that maybe it doesn't,
Yeah.
You know, a rifle
Rifles
round versus
are hard to get.
Yeah, so there's going to be some of that, and maybe that would still slow down the frequency of reclamation. So,
Absolutely.
Another question, kind of, some of the board members talked about a little bit about the relationships with the other communities. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but I'm a little bit surprised at their unwillingness to contribute to the resolution here. And it makes me think that this is appropriate to have an IMA for future communities that want to be leverage this. I guess I'm going to look to you and Christie as determining whether or not that is the appropriate process to have other communities be able to use the range. I certainly see the other, $163,000 as an investment. The Westborough Police Foundation putting in a bunch of money that maybe could be used for elsewhere if necessary. So I think it would be nice to get a give back by those other communities. So I would look for that to be something in the future. And if I'm hearing you correctly, you're willing to have the relationship to be kind of the immediate neighboring communities. The process, I'm just curious, how would you handle that process with those communities, the state, the federal resources? Is that something that you'd be sending letters out to those organizations saying this is no longer, unless you join with the IMA, or how would you handle that?
Well, we have contact information, obviously, for all of the organizations that use the range on a regular basis. So we'd reach out to them, as we will when we have to do the cleanup of the site, because the range will be closed. So we'd simply reach out to them, just like I did when I asked them if they wanted to participate in helping to fund this program. We would reach out to them and say, if you want to use the range moving forward, that you have to sign a contract with us, and we'd have to determine what a fee schedule was going to be, and I believe we'd have to set up some type of revolving account to use, and so the funds could go back into the range. And I mean, there's a lot of moving parts to it, and I think that's why it hasn't been done. But if a lot of departments go out to Fort Devens and use the military range, they have to sign a contract. They need proof of liability waivers. There's a whole bunch of regulations there.
Okay. I guess just because kind of something that I've heard in past years, nothing recent, but just curious, with the, I'll say, less frequent use of the range, if we reduce the number of other participating departments that use the range, and we're using it, let's just, I don't know, throw a number out there, half a month out of every month, 2 weeks out of the year, out of each month or something. Is this range, if we do these improvements, is there any opportunity for public use of the range? Is that something that would be a possibility, or is this, it's not an ideal location? Is it not an ideal situation? I'm just trying to see if there's more use of that property.
I think there would certainly be a liability to the town, and then again, we'd have to have staff there to run it and make sure that it was, everybody was operating safely and with our guidelines, and I think.
Yeah, I mean, I see the value in having people have the opportunity, just like our police officers, to make sure that they're, trained on their firearm use. I think it's super important to understand it. Being a gun owner myself, I think it's important to do that and provide the access to it. So something to future consideration, I suppose. Again, thank you very much for coming before the board. I'll just see if there's any follow-up questions.
No.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks.
All right, moving on. Recreation, security features at the community center and the dog park. Welcome, Jen.
Hello. I don't really have slides. I have, if we need them, I can show them, but hopefully I can just be brief with the, I'll start with the security cameras, if that's okay. I think that's the easier of the two. As you're aware, the rec offices have moved down to the community center, which has been going great. But just currently there are no security features in the building besides the lock on the door. So you've all been there, but just for the public, the way our offices are situated, we have no visibility of who is entering our suite area at any time. We're pretty mindful of when we have programming, and we between the three of us, we're kind of taking laps to make sure people aren't in the building. But there's really no way to tell if someone comes through the doors. This was also brought up at one of our rec commission meetings recently. One of our commissioners noticed the lack of security. We certainly don't feel unsafe there, but it's apparent. It's apparent that there really isn't any type of security there at this time. So all we're asking for is a pretty basic system, a couple of security cameras and 4 panic alarms to just get us started, because we realize once the fit up is done, there'll be more advanced security in the building.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, Jen, the cameras, will those be second floor and exterior, or only second floor?
Only interior on the second floor for now.
And will these connect to the
That was-
existing
that was my next
security
question.
systems
Yep,
at
as I just-
town hall and the schools?
As I just looked at Mark, I remember that I didn't say that these will be able to be connected into the town hall and Forbes system that we currently have.
Okay.
Okay, so there's compatibility in this system that is, okay. Okay.
And our switch closet can handle that technology, is what I heard
If
earlier.
it's cooled.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, good, all right.
Okay.
And it's cooled, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, on the dog park?
Sure. So I'll just step you through a little bit of a timeline of where we've been, how we got here, and hopefully we'll be at the finish line soon. So in May of 2023, we were awarded the Stanton Foundation grant. We were awarded $25,000 for design and an additional $250,000 for construction. During that same time period, we were awarded a first round of ARPA funding for $107,000. Through the summer of 2023 and through the winter of 2023, we retained the architectural firm KZLA to design the dog park. We held a public hearing over the winter. In early spring of earlier this year, we went through site plan review. We had other public meetings, and we finalized bid documents to go out to bid for construction. In July of this year, we went out to bid. We received one bid, and that came back at $480,000. Really surprised us when we got that one bid. So on the advice of the Stanton Foundation, who we received the grant from, and our architect team, we were advised to go back out to bid for a base park, and I'll get into what that means in a second, so that we don't lose the grant money, essentially. So that's what we did. And this time around, we received 9 bids, ranging from the low bidder of $374,000 to $528,000. And so I'm here tonight asking for an additional $17,000 to fund that delta between what we currently have and what we need to get the park done. So what the bid includes is there's no size reduction. It'll be the same size park, about 20,000 square feet. All of the site prep needed to build the park, the piece stone surfacing, all of the fencing, including the double entry gates, large and small dog areas, paved pathways, walkways inside and outside the park, the gravel parking area with a paved handicap space, trash barrels and dog waste dispensers, and the water line for the water for the dogs to drink and for us to irrigate. The ad alternates that we did include in the bid are shade structures, trees, and dog agility equipment. Those things, again, on the advice of the Stanton Foundation and our architect, are things that we could add later, perhaps through, if there was a Friends of a Dog Park, many communities that I've spoken to, these groups organically form after a dog park is built. They fundraise and they're able to add in these features that people want. Further, these also could be added through capital planning or other, funding sources through the town, should the community want them. So that is where we're at. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
So we received those bids, if we get this, so those bids are still firm at this time if we were to accept it?
Yes, our procurement office and Kim, we've reached out to them and we have extended the period for which they are good for, I think until the end of this week.
Okay. Thank you. I'm supportive, have been supportive of the dog park. I'm also supportive of Friends of the Dog Park and not coming back to the town for some of those other things. I think that actually is the right way to do it, and would support that as well. I know someone else who would support that, so.
So, Jen, just to understand, so the bids, they're good until the end of the week, so if we vote positively tonight, then there's enough time to...
Yeah, I think they're good through the end of the month.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's probably more like yes.
Okay.
But we
Just next
definitely,
week.
yeah.
Okay, no, I just...
Thanksgiving.
We advised the contractor that the low bidder of where we are in the process, and they're aware, and the bids are still good.
Yeah, they're ready to award, so it's
And
pretty
the,
quick.
just on the bids that came back in, since we don't have any visibility to that, like the quality of everything that is included, that you named, fencing, gravel, all of that is the same, like it's
Yes.
equivalent.
Yes.
Okay.
The bid specs were 129 pages with all of those criteria clearly identified in the bid specs.
Okay.
I imagine the foundation requires that.
Yes,
For them to.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just say it's, wow. Who knew a dog park, I mean, I'm glad, first of all, thank you for going back out to bid in that process. I know it's, always a little bit nail biting of like, oh, we're gonna lose this. The stand grant is no small dollar amount. So I appreciate the work that went into it and all parties involved. And I'm supportive of it. I'm just disappointed it has been reduced to what it is, but it will grow organically over time.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting lesson in sort of municipal work, that you receive one bid and then next time you receive 9 bids. Like you just don't know when it comes to bidding these projects. And it looks to me like this is really, this 17,000 is about 6%. Like you're about 6% short of the funding you need, right? I mean, you're
right there.
you're right there. So I also support, this to get this project pushed over the finish line. Thank you.
Jen, thank you very much for bringing this forward. I am supportive of it as well, but I do have a question that may seem like I'm not supportive of it, but I just got to ask it anyway. Sure. Was there any consideration to altering the plans for the dog park further so that we wouldn't need the $17,000? So for example, I think you mentioned that the current park that is being planned with all the reductions you've mentioned still accommodates small and large dogs. I've had both size dogs. I've had them live together. I understand the challenges with large and small dogs, but was there any consideration to reduce the size of the space, to eliminate the separation between there? Just wondering if there was any logic to the thought process.
No, we, like I had mentioned, we did speak with the Stanton Foundation and our architectural team, the architect team, and these were the recommendations of things to cut. You really don't want to have just a free open park, especially, I mean, there's some very, very small dogs that would come, and there are some very large dogs, so that separation is key to safety of the dogs and dog owners. The recommendation and why we pared back what we did came on the recommendation of, as I said, the foundation and the architects working on the project.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The foundation actually requires there to be the 2 separate areas. They won't fund the grant unless.
Do they require it to be a certain size as well?
No, but per the architect, basically reducing the size wouldn't yield the same financial benefit as pulling out the things that we pulled out.
Oh, no, I can see why you absolutely pulled out the things that were pulled out. That makes sense. I was just wondering, this is $17,000 to accommodate with all those things already pulled out, and I was just wondering if there was any considerations to, hey, could we shrink this? Could we use different fencing? Could we, whatever the case may be, to not require the $17,000?
When we went out to bid, we were just frankly hoping that the bids wouldn't come in as high as they did.
Sure, yeah.
So.
Yep. No, I think we're all a little shocked on that one.
Yeah.
But again, thank you.
Sure.
Any further questions, comments? Okay, thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
I think the last one is the school Armstrong parking lot repair. I know Allison couldn't be here.
Right. So I can speak to it briefly. Sure. So the request before you that was recommended by the finance team and also the Advisory Finance Committee is parking lot repairs for both the Armstrong parking lot and the Gibbons parking lot. Both of these projects have been submitted this year. For the capital plan, the Gibbons parking lot being pushed later and requested for FY28 in the capital plan, but the Armstrong parking lot being requested in fiscal 26. For this ARPA proposal, they were coupled together, and really it's just to deal with drainage and pavement and just repair both of those parking lots.
So, no questions. I did have a chance to understand this project a little bit more by conversation with our superintendent. I would just ask that the document we're looking at be updated to reflect Gibbons as well, because it just says Armstrong, just so we're all clear, because that isn't clear on the document. And You know, I also think that just kind of tagging on to the conversation we had earlier about tax classification and working together, I'm excited that there's an opportunity to have further in-depth discussion with the schools in collaboration. I'll call it integration, for lack of a better way to say it, around kind of capital planning, because I think that we've made tremendous progress over the time, certainly that I've been on the board. Ian, you've probably seen that as well. But I think that there's still some, I don't know, silos we've got to kind of break down through, where we've got kind of capital planning happening kind of on one side of the street and the other, and I just want to see that more fully integrated. And I think we're making progress toward that, but I think that projects or initiatives like this with ARPA illustrate the opportunity when we work together and have full visibility. So thanks to all involved, and I support it.
Okay, any other comments on school? All right, with that,
I just wanted to give some overall comments, if that's okay. Our initial set of requests exceeded $11 million. Obviously, this set of requests exceeded $2 million. I mean, every time we've had to review all of these, we certainly, I think that it's a difficult task to make these recommendations, and I do think that we've had some really good success in moving forward projects that I think are very appropriate for the use of these funds, and also it's been an opportunity for us to identify projects that could be candidates for grants that we've become aware of, as well as earmarks. So we've had a lot of support from our delegation, and we have this list of projects that we sort of have waiting in the wings. So I do think, even though not all of our projects could be funded, obviously, we understand the importance of all of them, and just want to acknowledge that we have had great success in finding alternative funding sources for ones that were not recommended.
and I would just like to thank all the town departments and staff, as well as the finance team and the advisory finance committee for the work they've done through those now, what is four times to get us where we are now. So thank you very much for all that work. With that said, I will look to see if there's an opportunity here to bulk vote here. So are there any projects that folks would like to have further discussion on versus things that we feel comfortable with?
So by further discussion, what are you referring to in terms of what is the bulk vote? The AFC recommendations on the right-hand side of the column?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to be clear, because we heard some different things from presenters. That's why I'm asking.
I'm talking about everything on the current list, the project list.
Based on the AFC recommendations?
Based on the AFC recommendations, correct. If we should consider something else.
No, I mean, I think the one where we spent a lot of time talking about was the police one. That's why I'm asking, so that.
Yeah, I think I'm supportive of what has gone through the process, and Finance AFC, I understand it. I understand what the chief has asked for. I think a couple of things came up tonight. I think putting that on the capital plan makes sense, talking about it with the, more than 50% of that portion outside this lead reclamation being supported by the foundation is a positive in that piece. So I think that's an appropriate approach. I do like the idea of thinking of, potentially even offsetting that, like we talked about, is, hey, we're going to build it, but if these other towns, going back out and you want to use it, I don't know what the right number is, but, it could be something. I'll have to pay for it all, but even if it was something that was affordable that offset the costs of, $5,000 a town or something, I don't know what the number would be, but I think if you have some of the surrounding towns, you could cut that pace down too. So anyways, long story short, I'm supportive of the facility. I've been supportive of it for a while. Disappointed. I thought we might have a large grant coming through the state, which we didn't get, but I know it's been something that, as the chief said, the foundation was formed with the thoughts of raising money initially for that piece, was a big starting point for that. So, but I am supportive of voting here. I'm looking at what all the work that the departments did, the finance team, and the AFC. So I'm comfortable with voting as presented to us here.
Same here. I think it's been, very well vetted. Not easy decisions, but it makes sense and it, fills gaps that'll, provide room when it comes to other capital projects, other one-time expenses over the next couple fiscal years. And definitely addresses some time-sensitive needs as well.
I just want to make one comment on an item that was listed by the schools, $100,000 for security cameras, DVR at Hastings. Just for clarification, because it was asked of me by a couple of residents, does that mean we don't have security? The answer is no. This is an enhancement, so just for the public's understanding, it's not like we don't have security there, so.
Yeah, just one note. So, I approve of the projects and support what the Advisory Finance Committee recommended. I guess the only project we hadn't discussed on the list, but we've discussed it previously, is the lead service line inventory, and I guess we're just confirming that the amount included here we're okay with, and that any other further balances that come forward will also be assigned to this project. And I can't remember, I think our DPW director at one point had asked, he wasn't certain the cost of that, but I can't remember if he'd given it as a potential estimate.
Big numbers.
He did give a number. Well, there was
He's estimating about 400,000, which could be reduced depending on where this lands.
Okay.
My question to you on that, Christy, was something I was going to bring up was, are we voting on that specific piece as well that says any residuals?
Yeah, you have two motions in your packet.
So, I'm just wondering if you foresee an issue with existing projects or even any of these projects where there could be an overage need, that we may not necessarily want to say that everything between now and the end of 2026 goes into lead service line inventory and be able to use, for example, I'll pick on the dog park for a minute just because we just talked about it. It's, they need another $5,000, right? And, we're into the project already. Does it make sense to put everything in that bucket? The idea is great. I think it's a great idea to have that bucket for the lead service.
I'm just trying to think back to what our consultant had identified, because everything's supposed to be obligated by the end of the calendar year.
Can we re-obligate?
I mean, we certainly have done that before. That would assume that. Yeah, we certainly have. I mean, if you might remember that Chris had asked, the DPW had asked for $50,000 for lead service.
Youth and Family
he
Services.
Released that,
Okay.
and then it was available. So,
Yeah.
I mean, we certainly could have that discussion. I mean, I think because we know that all of these projects need to be under contract in the next month, we will know very quickly if there's an issue.
Okay.
I will move to award American Rescue Plan Act funds to those recommended in our subsequent note by the Advisory Finance Committee in the amount, and I just switched pages because it was in a different spot, in the amount of $583,158.39.
507.
Okay, so 507,039.66 as those recommended, and move to award all current and future remaining funds to the Department of Public Works for the purpose of funding lead service line work.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you again to the teams that did this work to get us where we are today. All right, let's move on here. So we'll move on to seniors. Number six. Yeah. Well, we did do 8, 9, and 10, so we're okay. Number 6, Senior Center Executive Director job description, update and classification plan amendments to create a Senior Center and Social Services Director position. Kim, or who's presenting?
Yeah, I'm gonna present.
All right.
this one. So at your meeting on November 12th, I did provide you the town manager report, in the town manager report, an update of what we were going to be proposing related to the new, or the executive director, the current executive director position at the senior center. So as you're aware, our executive director is retiring at the end of December. She's been with us for 41 years, so it was an opportunity to just review the job description and to think through other needs of the community. In the 2020 non-public safety staffing study, and then also, or in the 2020 non-public safety staffing study, there was a recommendation to combine that position with other human service related positions. In the senior needs assessment, there was discussion about the need for that, that department to collaborate more with the recreation department and other human services departments. So sort of thinking ahead and thinking about the needs of our other human services departments and that collaboration, we are proposing that the job description change and then the classification also be amended to create a senior and social services director position. So this position would have the responsibilities of the current senior center position, but would also include focused coordination with the Veterans Services District, staff level management of the Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services contract. By that, what we mean is just being a resource. So Kim and I will meet regularly with folks from Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services, especially as we're moving through the transition, answering questions, making sure that things are moving along well. So, and then also supervision or support of the outreach and resource coordinator position. And then you'll also note within the job description that there is it's specifically called out coordination with the recreation department in terms of programming, but no supervisory role in that case. So we believe that the new position description and associated responsibilities will provide enhanced coordination of the town's outreach efforts to support residents. We currently have an outreach case manager in the senior center. We have the outreach and resource coordinator in youth and family services. So that's one area where we see overlap and coordination. And certainly in service to those specific groups that are served currently by those three different departments. On November 12th, we presented this idea or proposed job description to the Council on Aging, which voted unanimously to support the change. I also did forward this to there isn't currently a chair, but the upcoming chair, I guess, of the Youth Commission, as well as Youth and Family Services staff and the director of SYFS. I did meet with each of those either in person or on the phone. All are supportive of the change. So in your packet, you do have the marked up and clean version of the position description. Also important to note that this proposal would move the position from an S6 classification to an S7. The former Youth and Family Services Director position was an S6. The Recreation Director used to also be an S6. When we expanded the Recreation Department to include the golf course and also the acquisition of the community center, we changed that position to an S7. That's where most of our department heads are on the classification plan. We no longer have a Youth and Family Services Director position, so this would be this would move this department head into an S7, consistent with other department heads. We would hope to advertise the position immediately, understanding that we would need to go to the Advisory Finance Committee for a reserve fund transfer in order to bring someone on before, I think, March 1st is really where the current funding would fall. So to bring someone on earlier, we would need to make a request of AFC, which we've already let the chair know that we might be doing that, depending on the response. In the charter, the Council on Aging has a vote of concurrence. It's the town manager's appointment, but a vote of concurrence for the Senior Center Executive Director. So that would carry through, in our opinion, for this position, meaning that we would expect that members of the Council on Aging, probably members of the Youth Commission, associated departments, and then some level of representation from this board would all be involved in the hiring process. Questions?
Thank you, Christy.
Given
Questions?
that this position would supervise the outreach and resource coordinator, you probably want to recuse yourself.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, sorry.
So I will recuse myself as my wife works in this department.
Great. So I will take over. Any questions or comments from?
I think this is a logical progression in our social and community services and sets us up for the future as well as meeting some current needs that we have. It's a smart move.
Other comments or questions?
No, thank you very much. I think this does make a lot of sense, reading through the job description and the additional assignments, as well as sort of where we see the senior center and everything else moving forward, and working with the recreation director hand in hand. I like what has been suggested here. Thank you.
Yeah, so,
Shelley?
yes, thank you. So thanks to Christy and Kim for bringing this forward, and for the legwork to get it to this point. I know it's been done pretty quickly, and that doesn't mean to say it was rushed, but I appreciate the thoroughness in the compressed time frame. I absolutely, I mean, as I'm sort of singing from the rooftops here, these changes have been needed for a long time, and this is just an incredible opportunity to make enhancements. And so, yes, wholeheartedly, yes, yes, yes.
I have nothing further to add, so is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll make that. Oh, go.
Go, no, go, go, go,
you
go.
got the-
You've championed this
Okay.
and been our liaison to the Council on Aging. So.
So I would move to amend the, and by the way, I do thank you for the Council on Aging support of it. I don't
Yes.
want to overlook
Yes.
that, so. Move to amend the classification plan to change the title Executive Director title in the Senior Center Department to Senior and Social Services Director, and to change the classification from S6 to S7, and further to approve the amended job description as presented.
Second.
Moved and second. Any further questions or comments? Not all those in favor? It's 4-0 for voting. Turn it back to you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. All right, moving on to item 7, discussion of town building projects and timelines, community center, golf building, and library.
So this is, this agenda item was requested by Select Board Member Marshall at the last meeting, just to talk about the timeline for the community center. I did add to the agenda item the golf building as well as the library, because I think it's all, you know, it's all in the context of the discussion. I do just want to note that at the November 14th Municipal Building Committee, the committee voted to refer the golf club building project back to the select board for direction on next steps. As you know, you had accepted the report of the golf club building use committee and then used that report to refer the project to the municipal building committee. They moved forward to identify whether or not that project was feasible. It was not deemed feasible. They had some suggestion about how they might move forward, which was defeated at town meeting, and so they're looking to the board for direction. I do think, given sort of the lateness of the hour and, you know, the discussion that Ian and I were both a part of at municipal building committee, at this point, you know, I think it might make sense to sort of put that project to a future agenda. Yes.
Agreed.
Yeah, I don't think there's a rush on it, so we can talk about that as a board. I think it should be a future agenda, but it's not, I don't think it has to be next future agenda either. I think time for us as a board to think about it. I think it is the right place to put it back here for us to spend some time at a later point on that.
Yep, makes sense.
So I think one of the things that was brought up when this was asked for as an agenda item was that we had heard from some folks at a recent community engagement session, just sort of about the quick timeline of the project. When I say that, I mean the community center. We purchased the building, and then we moved forward after, I think, March town meeting with community engagement, and we've been working on that. We did receive approval at this last fall town meeting to move forward with completing the design of phase 1. The board did make a decision a few months ago that we would move this project forward in phases, understanding the total cost of the project and the ability, giving us some time to identify alternative funding sources for the future development of the project, and also giving us more time for community engagement. We have been working diligently. Weekly, we meet with the design team. We also have a task force that's been joining us over the last couple of weeks. We did meet with the design team yesterday to identify any things for the board's consideration of this discussion. And there were sort of 11 points that it was nicely summarized by our architect, just what the discussion was. So if it's okay, I'll just kind of go through that quickly. Impacts of extending the project timeline would be current escalation projections are in the 3 to 5% range per year. We've heard that before. For the senior center construction, an 18-month extension until build could be in the $400,000 to $600,000 range. I'll come back to that. The town has a bond for the purchase of the building. Additionally, there are maintenance, utility, insurance, and other costs incurred. So the proportionate cost, actually I should say it now. One of the things that we had discussion about was the ability for the library, and this is why we listed the library here, is the ability for the library to locate temporarily in the community center building. Sean and I actually met with the chair of the library building committee as well as the library director, and I think we've had previous discussions where we're all supportive of that relocation. We just sort of need to figure out what that would look like. And so the reason I'm saying that now is that the reason 18 months was used in bullet point 1 is because the library is anticipating their temporary relocation to be, I think, 12 to 18 months. So that's why that was used. And then when they're talking about the second bullet point, the cost of the bond, maintenance, utilities, insurance, and other costs incurred, the proportionate cost for the first floor should be added to the cost of the extension, the idea being that there's a cost to keeping that open. The time between bid in hand and town meeting does not change if the project timeline is extended. I think this is probably the most important point that we talked about. Because this is a public bid, the construction contract is supposed to be, so best practice, executed within 30 days of the receipt of bid. So I think there was some concern that we would get the bid too close to town meeting and wouldn't have the time to socialize it. I think we've had that before. I think with the last library vote, it was pretty close to town meeting. And the point of this is we wouldn't get the bid price and have months to socialize that number. It would be awarded within 30 days, so it would be close to town meeting. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't have a better cost estimate leading up to that. Right now, the better cost estimate is anticipated for January. So a contract execution can be extended, but to do that requires a notice in the bid, and the contractors have to adjust their bids. So contractors would, if you were going to extend the bid award, the contractors would adjust their bid for that inflation based on how many months you wanted them to hold their bid price for. Extending the timeline will have an impact on the level of effort of the OPM architects and engineers. So there would likely be an increased cost to our work with them. Building codes and energy codes could change. That's something that someone on the design team mentioned that they had experienced on another project. There have been several recent changes that have significant cost impacts, so extending the timeline could make the project vulnerable to that. It's possible that town staff, select board members, or finance committee members could change, just sort of understanding the support for the project and the potential for that to change. And then also, they more specifically noted the permitting authority. So they've gone to one stop, they'll continue to go to one stop if folks there change. There could be an impact. It's not possible to maintain outreach for 18 months. I think this is another important point, which is that we do have momentum. I think that we have a lot of excitement around this project, but certainly we wouldn't be able to maintain the level of outreach and engagement for the next 18 months or more. So there would be a period where we would pull back on that engagement, just because it just wouldn't make sense. It would be sort of not a good use of everyone's time for 18 to, say, 24 months. In that process, we might lose momentum. The library, well, so this is the next one, which is that there were three options that we talked about related to the library's temporary use of the community center. So one that we talked about was on the second floor, that sort of back corner, coming out into the open space, and then designating certain rooms within the second floor that would be just for library use only. Understanding that's not ideal and is certainly probably the lowest square footage of opportunity. The second option, which we talked about more, was the use of the temporary space, or I'm sorry, the future development space on the first floor. So that's more than 10,000 square feet. We talked about that more at our meeting. Opportunity there to access the building from behind. There would have to be a wall built anyway, from phase 1 to that future development, and so that there would be some level of soundproofing, which would separate the library temporary space from the construction that was happening on the first floor. And then obviously the third option would be, if we weren't moving forward, that the library would have the opportunity for the entire 30,000 square feet on the first floor. So that was the point there. And then there's a couple things in here, but I think one thing that's really important is there are still some projects that we would probably want to move forward with, even if we were to delay. One is the replacement of the rooftop units. We have an opportunity to get a rebate through the utilities, and so I think we would want to move forward with that, even if it was its own project. We wouldn't want to delay that opportunity. We have begun the process of applying for the generator. It's unlikely we'd be able to install the generator if we weren't doing like the other work that was required. So I don't want to say that we would lose that grant opportunity. We don't even know if we have it, but that would be a process that we would, have to watch and see how that was impacted. Certainly it couldn't be used as a shelter until it had a kitchen anyway, but the generator is a big ticket item. So, and then the last point on here was what I just mentioned, which is that even though we wouldn't have the bid in hand until March, the timeline is and has been to refine that number for a presentation of the budget in January. And so that is actually, as of today, is being proposed for January 8th. That's all I have.
Thank you, Christy. Other questions?
I just add a couple of things here. So the library building project went out for RFP for a temporary location. One bid was received from Caruth Capital. Over on the east side of town, we would go into one of their buildings over there. I believe it was roughly 18,000 square feet. Thank you. And total cost of the space for that 12 to 18 month period would be about $680,000. So that is the one proposal that is out there, other than using the community center potentially. And that number, I believe, is just rent. That's not, anything we would have to do to that space to get it ready. And then, of course, both these locations would require moving services. I don't know if there would be a difference in moving service based on the two projects. That still has to go out to RFP, that piece. So I think it makes a lot of sense for the library temporarily in some capacity to come into the community center. I think it also draws people to the building, right? Not a lot of people have been in the building. I mean, recreation department is in there, and they're getting a certain number of people in there for their programs, but those are designated for certain groups. They're not broadly, I believe, attended. So this then has people, I think, just getting used to the fact that you go to this building downtown. You know, I guess the question for me is, depending on what we want to do with the project, what are we offering the library in this space?
So.
I'll,
No, go ahead.
I'll ask. So, I guess bullet one from Joel's email, that directly correlates to, I think, what Sean was just saying about $680,000 in the one bid, right? So if we were to hold, if I'm hearing correctly, the library project's gonna take somewhere between 12 and 18 months. That's the estimate. And we're saying here that the cost of that for escalation projects would be $400,000 to $600,000. But if we moved into Caruth, it's gonna be $680,000 as an example.
Minimum.
What's that?
Minimum, that's rental.
Minimum, yes, right. And there's fit up for either location. Call that a wash between the two. I don't know what it would be, right? I certainly see value in having the library in the downtown area for many reasons. And certainly I would love to use the space for what you just mentioned. It gets people into the building and more familiar with it. It sounds like it's feasible to fit up the building in such a way that that temporary space could be set up, or that future space could be set up for it. So that makes a lot of sense to me. I'm just trying to reconcile the figures here a little bit.
Well, I guess my question is, if the library is using the phase 2 space on the first floor with the soundproof wall that would need to be up anyways, the construction for phase 1 could still progress with the library as a tenant.
That was, oh, sorry.
So that we're not saving 680 with temporary space in an office building that's not walkable.
That's kind of where my question was
right.
going.
It's we save that 680, and the work can
progress.
The work can progress on the upfit. So we would see an overall savings across the two projects.
Potentially a significant
Yeah,
savings.
and even if it's not the full 680, because there might be some other mitigation things that have to happen to make that workable, I could see us at least, not saving $500,000.
Yeah,
And so, and the other thing that, having the library move to the east part of town means it becomes entirely disconnected from students who walk from Gibbons and the high school every day and use the facility. And I think that's, to have a location downtown is very much preferred.
So I think that everyone agrees with that we want, regardless of whether you delay the project or you start the project and have the library co-locate, the idea is that the library would use the community center for temporary space. And I got the impression from our discussion with the chair and the library director that that's their interest as well. I mean, that was from our meeting. That was my understanding. I think we have a meeting. There's a walkthrough upcoming in the first week of December, regardless of the outcome of this meeting, so that life safety folks and the building department can sort of work through whichever option we think we need to move forward with. It was also when the community center went to the Business One Stop a couple weeks ago, I highlighted that as something that they should all be thinking about, the permitting department should be thinking about as they are giving advice to the community center, so.
And I guess my other question around it is sort of the amount of space that the library needs and sort of the nature of the phase 1 layout and the timing. What was the duration, what's the expected duration of the phase 1 build out from a timing perspective? I mean, is it possible that that the library could use the front entrance? I guess not, because the elevator and the internal stairways will be in the way. Yeah. Or there's aspects of the community center, the senior center towards the back of the building around the L, where there's space that's not part of the phase 1. Would that be available to the library as well?
That's where the bathroom is too.
in the
Well,
bathroom.
and there's a
Yeah.
pass-through where the
Yeah.
stairs and the elevator are, so I would expect that if we were to do this, I would expect that we would, I'm saying, well,
It's separate.
the future plan for
Yeah.
phase two would have that as a pass-through. And I'm saying if you were to build this out as a temporary library space.
No, because the stairway is internal.
It's-
There's no pass-through to the existing, there's no pass-through to the existing stairs bringing you to the second floor proposed.
No, I'm talking, okay, maybe I misunderstood what I was saying. I'm talking about first floor, senior center, phase one area. There is an elevator and stairs, and in between the two is an entrance into the future location,
Oh,
phase
yes,
two building.
sorry.
And that's where we're talking about the library being, correct? Right? That's where the
Maybe.
temporary library.
Maybe.
Maybe, potentially. And my point is, I think that there's huge value of that because our senior residents can go through that directly from the senior center as well.
Right.
As opposed to walking outside or have that future area be completely isolated where you have to go somehow outside the building to come back inside. So, yeah.
I'm not sure, maybe this is not what you're saying. I'm not sure that that front entry would be available during construction. I think that the
Right.
idea would be that there would have to be access from one of the
No,
doors.
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay. all
Yeah,
right, I
what I'm
wasn't sure
saying
if
is,
that's-
I don't know if there's a real dependency on the timing of the project. Phase one, that hasn't been decided by the community yet, right? And phase two, we don't know when that will be decided. So the library could be in there for a while. If they're 12 months or 18 months, we don't know if phase two is gonna happen. And all I'm saying is we should accommodate access to that temporary space regardless of when phase two happens to accommodate the library, if in fact it does move there. That makes sense. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I thought a lot about this, and I think that I'm thinking that from a community center project, that we delay the community center project for at least 6 months to fall town meeting, maybe 12 months to spring town meeting. I think as we heard at town meeting and saw by the vote at town meeting and comments from folks, that there's a lot going on. I think the library has put a lot of time into the work that they've done now multiple times. I think providing the temporary space, but also more importantly, having them go in the time frame they've talked about for a long time to that town meeting without the I think potential conflict of going with the community center, I think is fair to them, but also fair to the community of really evaluating stuff and seeing those numbers. I guess in thinking about it, in hearing the timing tonight, and this is, I don't know the answer, but I'm thinking if it works out, cost was whatever, I'd still love to continue on that path to January 8th in the community center and see what they come out with that phase one. I don't think, my view is not changing phase one and phasing approach, but it's just really about the timing of going to town meeting. I think from this past meeting and the closeness of the vote, I feel like we could use the time to properly plan and educate and whatever. And I know we can't do it for 12 months, as Christy said, and as the architect said, but I think there's work that we can do there. I take value in what Sean said earlier of, hopefully we move forward with the library, move into temporary space, we get more people flowing through there and garner more support for the community center from a wider breadth of the community, because I believe that we all feel, and why we supported this originally, that this is the right thing for this town to do. But as we see with many things, it's town meeting is our choice. I would hate to go to town meeting without going through this process and not getting it voted and needing to go back. So there's no guarantees at any town meeting, but I feel like moving forward, showing that we're working together as a town, saving the money of temporary space, putting it in the right spot, as we've all talked about here, formulating and, educating the community more and more on the proposal and how we're thinking about it, to me, I think there's value in doing that. And I don't know that time frame, whether it is 6 months and we look to go back at fall town meeting, or whether it makes sense to push it for the year. It also spaces out some of the timing and the cost and what will go to town meeting. I know the numbers are in there. And Patrick, you brought that up about potential cost escalation. There is, but there's also cost engineering we can do in terms of certain things as well, and you know, work on those numbers. I think we should be doing that. So I guess that's my thinking right now. I think it's trying to think of what is fair to the community. And I think that's the best approach, in my view.
I just wanted to point out, so if the board does choose to delay, but you don't delay for the full 18 months, it's going to, you're going to need to we're going to need to guide the library into what space they actually could use, because if you're only delaying till the next town meeting or even a year, potentially you're starting the project when they're temporarily located. So I just want to make sure that we think about that, because if we wouldn't, I don't think we would move the library in and they would use the front of the building and then we would move them back, because given sort of what their furniture looks like and their stacks, I'm not sure. I don't know how easy that is. So just thinking through that.
To Ian's point, if we looked at saying move the community center back 6 months to fall town meeting, to spread it out to let the library get started, I guess the question becomes, you know, how much effort and cost is it to put up the boundary wall, if you will, between the phase 1 and the phase 2 project, and just go that far with phase 1, so that the community center could start while the library was in temporary quarters, just not, you know, not directly simultaneously.
Can I add some thoughts to this?
Yeah.
I mean, are you done?
No,
sorry.
I'm just curious, because,
Yeah.
you know, I look at it and say, okay, delaying, you know, 18 months, the estimate is 400 to 600,000 in price increase. If it's a 6-month delay, it'll be a portion of that, or 12 months, it's a portion of that. It's a better situation for the library. We're offsetting over $650,000 in cost on the library project as well. Yeah, if we delay 6 months and it's a $200,000 hit on the community center, it's still a $680,000 savings on the library project. There's still a net gain overall to the community, and we're serving the public need. In some sense, I think, you know, we're darned if we do and we're darned if we don't. If we, you know, if the library doesn't move in, or we, you know, want to go forward immediately, it's, well, you're not supporting the library and too many projects at once. If we do delay, it's, well, you bought this building and now it's underutilized. And so either way, you know, when I first ran for office, my son at the time said, I know you want to be there because no matter what decision you make, at least one person is going to tell you you're wrong, right? And you just don't have.
Was it only one?
At least one, he said. And so, you know, we're sort of in that, you know, we're in that situation now, you know, given the timing. If there's a way to accommodate the library such that the phase 1 development could start before a full 18-month delay, I'd be interested in understanding what that looks like. And that could come out of the, I think we need to go forward to that January 8th meeting anyways to know where we are with the phase 1 and have those numbers. At that point, the timing decision can be made. I don't think we need to make a decision to change the timing of the community center project today. This is my sense if we're going to continue to that early January deadline.
Well, I think the library needs to start making plans for where they're going to be.
Yeah, I guess my feeling is that the library should plan on using the space. The question is really, do they get the phase 2 space or do they get the whole first floor? And that depends on what, if we decide to delay the community center project, and if so, for how long.
And I think what they really need to, it's considered the phase 3 space, if I'll call it that for lack of a better, right? We're talking about, because the Veterans Center, I don't think we would want to, that's part of phase 2. So,
yes.
So we'd want to, I think, isolate I don't want to call it isolate, the center of the building, the area which is the future build-outs area. That's, to me, the logical location for the library.
No, but the library is going to use all of the phase 2 space, including the veterans office in the back.
So,
Does it need it?
Well,
Yeah.
that's where the bathroom is.
Yeah.
Because they need access to the restrooms. And we don't want to start adding and removing restrooms until we're doing phase one.
There's just a door into a hallway, but go ahead,
Shelby.
Shelby.
So a couple things. So, one is we do have members of the library trustees here, and at some point, I think, Mr. Chair, it would be helpful to get just some general feedback from the chair of the trustees or a member of the library building committee, if you're open to that. Because I think we're sort of asking some questions and we're just having the dialogue here, but we're not getting that, at least just input to kind of help guide our thoughts in this. Number one, I strongly believe in the community center project. I think it was the right decision that we made. We've gotten a lot of flack for it. I think it's going to be a valued investment for this town long after I'm even thought of. And I didn't do it for me, but I'm just saying long after any of us are here serving, I think that it was the right decision and I stand behind it. And I think it will be really a special place in the future that the community appreciates and continues to invest in and maintain. Having said that, I think we have to slow down. I think that we need to do one project at a time. There's no question I respectfully disagree. I agree with Christy, we have momentum, but I respectfully disagree that we don't have vocal momentum. We have vocal momentum opposing the community center project, and it's going to fail if we go to town meeting. I'm not comfortable with the January timeline right now of the bid design documents, because I feel like it's still rushed and we don't have enough participation involved in reviewing those plans and seeing them and socializing them and all that goes along with that. So I'm not comfortable with that timeline. I don't have a counter proposal, but I feel like we would be rushing for the point of what? I think that it's been circulated, not that I get all my news on social media, of everyone saying, well, the library should just move into the community center and that's where it should be to really create this total of community sense of feeling, and it's still in the downtown area. I want to say that I personally reject that because, first of all, the library current square footage is 22,000 square feet. The community center first floor is 31,000 square feet. I know we all know this. The recreation space is recreation space on the second floor, and that would, of course, not be the intent of putting a library there. Not exactly a conducive library space in the long term. So I completely reject the idea. Plus, let's not forget that this board has continually made the commitment to the community center, to the seniors, that their space would expand. They're currently at about 8,700 square feet. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think they're doubling. I think we're more than doubling their space as it's been presented. So let's just kind of call it 17,000 square feet or something like that. I don't have the numbers. The numbers don't pan out. I will not support a vote to move the library into the community center long term. I also think that we need to have I love the dialogue we're having. I'm very concerned about having an active construction site. I don't care how good the walls are. Dust, I don't know, whatever else, having a library space, even though it's temporary and people are gonna have to adjust and it's not gonna be optimal. I'm concerned about having a library site where there's active construction. So this idea of let's put the library in the phase 2 back space, we'll call it center space, and then have the construction going on with the senior center. I would really need to understand how that's gonna work before we make that commitment. And then second to that is that in that back space, there's no natural light. And
correct.
I think we're gonna be asking not only our patrons to go into that space, and again, I could be wrong, but I think this fit up space is gonna be fairly rudimentary. It's not gonna be ideal. People are gonna have to kind of deal with it. That includes our staff. I know that they will be willing because there's light at the end of the tunnel with the repair project, and they'll be anxious to get back into their home on West Main Street. But I feel like the right thing to do to get the right experience about the community center. I mean, imagine we have people going into the temporary library space into this cavern of fluorescent lighting. They're going to be like, what the heck? Like, this is terrible. So I think we just really need to, I'm very interested in a timeline with the library building committee. I'm such a visual person, kind of mapping it out. Here's when the project starts. The Joel team understanding kind of here's how that bid process could work if we protracted it a little bit, understanding or extended it, wrong word. Also understanding, you know, the upcoming town meeting. So I don't have those in front of me. What I am very comfortable in saying at this point is that we need to slow this community center project down, and we need to support the library project. They've done all of their work. I'm so tired of hearing about I'm excited about the library repair project, but I'm so tired of hearing all of the, like, we need to rethink the project and, you know, it's still costing too much. It's like, we need to move on. We need to fix the library, repair it, and invest the money. And so we need to put our effort and our all of our energy toward that, and understanding we can walk and chew gum, we can still keep the work of the community center going forward. I just think we got to stretch it out a bit.
I did want to say, because Jen Kirkland is not here, and I know that she would want me to say this, is that there is obviously whatever the board wants to do, and I completely understand both sides of it, but I do want to be clear that there are a lot of current users of the recreation department and the recreation center that you know, are very excited about the project. So I don't think that there's not any momentum, but I agree that we're hearing both. So, but I'm concerned about the comment that there's not enough socialization or engagement. I mean, I can't even tell you how much time we have spent trying to do that. And so so regardless of what we do, I guess I would want some guidance from the board on how we can improve that, because we are spending a ton of time doing engagement, doing outreach, going to different places, making sure that we're available outside of work hours. And so I would just want to understand exactly what that means and what that should look like. And then I guess the other thing I would say is, in our conversations with the library building committee chair and library director, there was some discussion. It was really limited, very preliminary, but there was some discussion about fit up of that space. And, you know, I think Sean and I and Jen, you know, I think it's great if they can use that space. I do think, based on what Shelby just said, like, I agree with you. I think it's going to have to be pretty rudimentary, because what we don't want is walls to be built that we then have to go in there and take out. I'm not talking about the soundproof wall. I'm talking about offices or something like that. So I think that that's going to be really important, because then those projects are working against each other. And then I guess the last thing I just want to say is that if we do delay at a future meeting, not tonight, we should talk about some of the stuff that we probably should just get completed in the interim, regardless of what that interim timeline is.
But actually you make a good point, because you say, what does the fit up look like? Well, the library needs meeting rooms. It needs needs office space. It needs a conference room. Can part of the library fit up be that part of the phase one construction? Can those rooms that would
Why do they need meeting rooms when we have rooms upstairs in the rec department? Why can't those be meeting rooms? I mean, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I think that, you know, we're gonna have to kind of really think, library team staff are gonna have to think out of the box of, like, how do we best use this space while understanding it's not gonna be ideal for this period of time.
Yeah, and I think that goes to, sorry, Krista, I agree with this. I think that, you know, putting your idea of putting at the top, I don't want to spend or ask to spend this money that, you know, even spending it now, because we don't know even if, you know, when it's going to move forward. I absolutely agree with you. This was, in my view, the absolutely right thing for the town. I want to be clear that folks understand that from, you know, my point of view, and I think this board point of view, but I appreciate you bringing that out. I think it's about timing. I think we've heard it loud and clear from the community about, you know, giving us time to digest these things and do it. So my take is, yeah, it's not going to be optimal to have temporary space, but I think putting it in the front with natural light is smart. If we give them the whole floor plan, you might not have the best office, but maybe there's temporary I don't know what it is, but something that's cheap. It's not going to be a great fit out. It's 12 to 18 months. I think hopefully they can live with that. If we give them the full space, they're not going to be sitting through construction. I think the natural light, using the doors we have, we don't need to go in and build a back, brand new back entrance and all this other stuff. I think it utilizes it like it is. Christy, to your point, for what I said, it's not anything that you have done as a staff, I think. But even in discussions, we just had a virtual meeting. We had 25 people show up, and a lot of them were the same ones that have showed up for other meetings. So I think it is right. We have to figure it out, and we have to give you direction, because I think we're hearing a lot of negative things. We're not seeing people show up with that engagement. And part of why I said earlier, and I need guidance on this, but to kind of go forward to a certain space with what we have now is there's questions folks have that we can't answer right now. Like, well, tell me what it's going to cost. And now we're going to spend it now, and it may escalate, but we have the rough idea. We wanted to get more of an idea. Maybe to get to the point where we get that, and then again, socialize it. Maybe, as I think about this and it goes back to Sean's thing, is the best way to socialize whatever is invite them in and use the library space so we're utilizing the space, utilize the recreation space for some of these meetings, so folks really get to start experiencing the community center and envisioning it by having meetings in that space, because we're going to be occupying, hopefully if it works this way and the library uses it, using both floors. And I think that's a way to get the engagement, because I agree also what you said, Christy, is what Jen sent to you, is that what we're hearing from those that are using it has been, fabulous, off the charts. And we want more of that, because that's the support we're going to need as we go to town meeting to get the votes that we need to kind of move this thing forward. And I think spacing it out, because I think the town's asked for that, giving them access, doing this, I think that's a win-win, by the library getting temporary space that it isn't costing, that isn't out of town, it's walkable, all that stuff, but it also gives us the ability to showcase more of that center for more residents to see.
And I appreciate, and I'm swayed by Shelby's comments and the passion in your support of that as well. I get it. I was sort of trying to look for a creative solution that lets both move forward in some capacity. But I will say, with respect to engagement, if someone comes to me and says, well, we don't know what the whole project's going to cost, my response is, why don't you? We've had a presentation on the website for weeks, if not months, with a rough order of magnitude for phase 1, for all the phase 2 projects, that included inflationary escalations based on timing of when that work goes done. So we have as best you can have. And they say, well, it's not specific enough. And it's like, hey, town meeting voted against spending the money to get the bid-ready documents where we know exactly how much it costs. So you either have to pay to get the work done so we know the exact, or you have to accept the rough order of magnitude, but the information's there. And yes, there's I don't know, with engagement, how many meetings can you have that people choose not to attend or watch or view the video recordings of, and then come back and say, well, we're not aware of this. Okay. And I, from an engagement standpoint, I don't know how you fix it. Even to the point that someone says, well, you have this one design, why haven't we had options? I'm like, we had 5 different designs that got reviewed, that got narrowed down. There were public meetings that got narrowed down to 1, that got consolidated to 2. There were multiple meetings of multiple public committees and boards, as well as sessions open to the public where you could sit there and mark up the drawings if you wanted to, and talk directly with the architects. And so, it's at some point, the people who are saying they don't have enough information, it's got to be on them too, to step up. And if you have questions about the project, read the information, look up what's there.
Yeah,
And be
Alan,
familiar with the timeline. It's
I-
frustrating.
It's
Because
wholly
there has been tons of work in outreach.
Yeah, it's wholly frustrating. You nailed it, and I want to be clear. I think what the town staff have done, you know, excellent. I mean, that my comment is not about, I mean, engagement is a two-way street. So you can be out on the street corner like, hey, listen to the community center. People just walking by you like, you're doing your part, right? So, and maybe by pulling back, maybe by pausing, maybe by the library component going in there, those combination, you know, maybe by pulling back people that are like, wait a second, where's this community center? We want this to be going forward. Maybe they'll start to pay attention. Maybe they'll start to say, wait a second, we want this. And how do we move this forward, right? We've seen that happen with other projects like the library, right? So I think I think there's a win-win here. I don't think we have all the details. We're not going to land on this tonight. But I would, my one other thought around the use of the collective use of both first and second floors for the temporary library space would be just that. Just like we're encouraging ultimately the seniors to use first and second floors as part of their programming space, my expectation of this temporary space would be that the library would use both the first and second floor for its temporary space, and purposefully to minimize kind of unnecessary fit up that ultimately is going to be unfit.
Did you want to?
No, I guess just a couple of final thoughts. I do like pushing off the community center project. I like going to annual town meeting with one project, the library that has been working on this project in some way, shape, or form for a decade, and allowing them to have a singular opportunity to get their final vote passed. And also, I mean, I look at the potential, I look at them using the entire first floor, and you walk in there and you're going to the library, but as you walk in, there is all the schematics of what the community center is going to be, you know, and walk around and look at that, and, you know, walk to the back, and that's, you know, the Veterans Center, and over here to the left is going to be your big meeting room, and actually putting your feet down in it. So I think there's a lot of benefits to doing both these things.
So I'll just, I don't want to repeat everything, but I will just say that I'm hugely supportive of the library project. You guys have done a lot of fantastic work, and I'm looking forward to getting that vote at town meeting. And I think that the most likely successful path for that project to be approved is if the community center is held off for right now. And for all the reasons that Shelby and other board members have said, I think it makes a lot of sense right now. I do not think, when I look at the pulse of the community right now and the community center, that we would achieve a 2/3 vote based on what we know today. And even with a design plan in the future, I think that it would unlikely succeed. There was a woman that came, I went to, I think, just about every information session, and I will just say to Christy and staff that I don't know how much more you could possibly do. It was just amazing, you know, and I'll share with you that there were a lot of residents who were really skeptical at the beginning, but really found it to be a very positive process for them to be involved, to have that tactile engagement with the design work. So I think it was Alan said a few minutes ago, I have no suggestion for you right now as to how you could be more communicative, but I'll certainly put some thought to it. So that said, I'm not sure if we're looking for a motion here, but I think it sounds like the board is of unanimous position in regards to slowing down the community center, even understanding the financial implications, but understanding that it gives the community a better opportunity to understand, to weigh in, to market. The resident that came to the meeting I was just referring to a minute ago that I didn't finish speaking about, she had made an excellent comment about, marketing. She had made the comment, why aren't we merging the Veterans Center into phase 1? Because there's no way you're going to get, people, you're going to have far more success by having seniors and veterans support of it. And, she's not wrong. So,
But then it makes it
I get it. But those are the questions you gotta, we gotta, I think, it was Ian's point was we gotta get through. We gotta talk to the community about and understand a little bit more. So, yeah, more work to be done here.
If the board is ready to give guidance on how long the delay is, I mean, if the library is truly being given the entire first floor for temporary space, that is indicative of how long the delay is. We just need to tell the design team because we need to figure out what our next steps are. But if you're not ready to have that conversation,
Well, so let me ask this question, because Shelby brought up the point about, we've got the library trustees here, and, you know, I'm not sure if it warrants a joint meeting, but is there a need to have a joint conversation with them? Go ahead, Sean.
So right now, the walkthrough, I believe, is the morning of December 3rd, and the next library building committee meeting is that afternoon. So I imagine there will be significant discussion at that meeting of, you know.
And when's our next meeting?
But
that evening, I think,
the
as well.
intention was that meeting was coming after this board made a decision, so that they would know if they had access to the entire first floor or just a portion of it.
Could we just, and I don't know what the timeline is, so if the library project gets approved in March, I should have, to Alan's point, how many presentations have you seen on this, Shelby?
They want to move in within 2 months
Okay.
of the vote.
Okay, so March, so
So they
call
move
it,
in by end of May,
so May.
and then it's 12 to 18 months.
So it's basically fall of 2026 that we would, if we give them the whole floor, it's fall of 2026 would be the earliest we would go with the community center phase 1.
Which means we could go to contracted annual town meeting in 2026.
No.
Potentially.
No, we would be going for bid, we would basically go fall of 2026 to get approval for phase 1, which would then begin starting work on phase 1 after that meeting.
Right, but the design work,
So it's really 18 months.
but we would do design work for the community center prior to be ready for fall 2026 town meeting.
That
That's
would be,
what
that
we're
to me is
saying.
the, if we
That's
give,
the current contract.
And Christie,
Which would require additional funding because of the extended timeline, which is what was in his.
and Christie, the estimate from Joel's team in regards to the 18-month extension that was listed of $400,000 to $600,000 for that 18 months, that was only, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming that's only based on phase 1.
Yeah, I think so.
Right, so that dollar figure will go up for phase 2 as well, because we're delaying phase 2 potentially in the future by 18 months as well.
Yeah.
So
But
there's an incentive to try to do both at the same time, right? To allow the library to move into a portion of that and then do the build out when the select board and the town hopefully eventually votes for the funding of that.
So I understand what you're saying, so theoretically, yes. I don't think that we had a clear timeline of when phase 2 would happen anyway.
Correct.
So I'm not sure.
Well, but I'm not.
It's hard to understand.
I'm only looking at phase 2 as the financial piece to that question, but my bigger point was that while there are all sorts of desirable reasons why you just open up the whole space to the library, give all 31,000 square feet and say, that's great, use it, right? The drawback to that is that in theory, we could start our phase 1 project in month 16 or 12 or whatever and save the community perhaps hundreds of thousands of dollars by not extending it out 18 months or perhaps longer before we start phase 1. And that's why I'm saying I think that there's a conversation that should be had that says, how does that look? And I think that's where you were headed, Shelby. You were saying we need to have that conversation. And my question is that an appropriate conversation to have in conjunction with the library? Should we understand? I haven't attended the library meetings, so I don't know. Yeah. And
I feel like Sean is on the library building committee, Christie's town manager. I mean, I feel like those conversations can take place without a full board discussion.
Okay.
With the, I mean, that's my sense.
That's what I want to understand is what the appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need to, I just need to understand what is the sequencing, like what's ideal, and then what can we kind of live with, because it might have to be, you know, and I don't want to suggest there's a twice move, but is it you're using this space for a while and then, you know, you might have to move inside. I don't know, but
It's tough. If you're asking like, hey, would you prefer it to be under construction or not under construction? I think the answer is pretty clear. So, I mean, I think what we don't understand is what, you know, they're saying it can happen, but I mean, what does that really mean?
But I think the other thing,
I'm not worried about that at all. I really honestly, having been in the construction, I understand the construction business, and I'm not worried. They can create walls and screening that will keep that area extremely clean, and I think we've talked about their soundproofing already planned anyway. I'm not worried about it. And I hear the library needs 18,000, or the quote they're getting from Cruth was 18,000 square feet. You know, is there another 13,000 square feet in theory that can be built out at the time that is convenient for the community center versus therefore saving us dollars versus just opening up that whole space.
yeah, I mean, I think construction absolutely can be done simultaneously without it feeling like you're living in a construction site.
Yes.
But I think we need to understand
We
that.
understand that.
Yeah,
Yes.
because
And again, can phase one, is there potential for phase one to be done 1A and 1B? You know, if the library is using the front entrance, you know, at some point in that process, depending on where the library's set up, could you start with the multi-purpose room in the commercial kitchen? Right, and the stuff that's sort of off to the left that's easily isolatable, or is that not cost effective to do? I mean, there are a lot of questions. I mean, my gut feeling right now is if we're gonna delay the project, that the best situation for the library would be to have the full downstairs, and that we'd adjust the timing that way, and, you know, where we were at 6 p.m. this evening, the incremental cost to the community center project and the savings on the library project is a wash.
Right.
And so monetarily wise, if we delay the project by 18 months, it's $400,000 to $600,000 more in construction costs for the community center. There's some additional contracting and management and outreach and things that'll come in. So let's assume the whole 680 is consumed.
Right.
So if dollar-wise it's neutral, it's a better solution for the library. It'll be more acceptable, I believe, in general to the community. It'll help facilitate the use of the building. And so I think that is a workable solution. If it comes out that there are ways to start work on phase one of the community center, then we have to figure that out ASAP and figure out how that work's divided to make it happen.
So I think this is a decision, I think, honestly, that timeline, I think, is something that we continue to discuss, because I am concerned as I look at these 11 different things that the architect lined out as potential cost impacts, extending costs more for the OPM. We have the Climate Leaders Program application, which we're working on right now, which if this extends out 18 months, this building could be impacted by future design or building code changes, which could be significant to the impact. I don't know what that is, right? But the longer we extend it, I think there's more cost than just the $400,000 to $600,000 has been outlined here. And so any opportunity we have to multi-purpose that first floor, if at all possible, the better, I think, better for the taxpayer.
But I think it's a conversation with the OPM and the architects to say.
Yes, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. We need more conversations.
If we wanted the front entrance for the library and the space for the library, financially and logistically, are there parts of the senior center that could start being built? And, you know, again, I'm thinking of the activity rooms and the conference room space that's off to one side. I'm thinking about the multi-purpose room and the kitchen and the lounge to the left that's easily, you know, put up a temporary wall. It's easily isolatable.
Very possible.
They can enter through with the current windows to get the materials in and out. You know, is there a way to say, okay, there is a way. If it's not feasible to move it forward, then to address the coding issue, code's determined by when the permit's pulled.
Right.
Right? if we are gonna have preliminary design documents in January, do we pull a permit and freeze the code? I mean, is that an option? I don't know. I don't know all the details of it.
Hired to defend any of that
Yeah,
work or
you need-
explain any of
Okay.
that.
So I feel like we're spinning
Circling
here.
A little bit, yeah.
So they're gonna visit the space on the 3rd. Library Building Committee is gonna talk a bit about it. We could have a conversation.
Well, our meeting's on the
Couple
3rd as
of,
well.
what's our
So,
next
are they meeting that night, or are they meeting?
Or
during the day?
3:30 in the afternoon.
So that we would have some perspective from them at that point. And the more information we can
It's
get as far as what the
virtually-
requirements are, the better, you know, more specificity around, we got the, I mean, quote to Caruth was 18,000 square feet, is that, was that a legitimate, like, or is there more need that they would rather have? How much conference room space, to your point, right? Those things, I think.
But I think it's, I mean, we gotta remember it's temporary space, and I know we're not letting the library talk, but 31,000 square feet is more than they have today.
If you want.
And it's more, they're gonna have, it's more gonna have at the end, but I think, why I'm saying, I mean, I'm not sure that, I'm struggling with the construction and doing these things simultaneous, and part of it is about the timing. So I guess the question would be is, if we're thinking that we're just tabling it for 6 months, then we should have the discussion about the library going into the back space and the front space staying reserved for, because we're gonna be going and asking for funding in 6 months. If we say, no, well, let's wait till the next Springtown meeting, then my question is, what's the difference between going to Springtown meeting and Falltown meeting in 2026? It's additional 6 months.
I mean, I appreciate the attention to the, the 680,000 and are we net savings or, whatever, but I think perception is reality on this one. The idea is that we're taking on too much. We need to pause. I mean, this is what I'm hearing. And so I'm just saying to the public, for anyone that's still listening at 10:30 at night, or going to watch this replay, if you feel differently, we need to hear from you. If you want these projects to go track closer to each other, again, for me, it's 100% library first. If you want these to track closer, then you need to speak up, because that's not what we're hearing. Having said that, if we can continue in some way around getting closer to design and finalizing that, again, I don't want to get too in the weeds here at this point, that's great, but if I really think we've got to do one project at a time, and the perceived savings around space and everything else. I mean, let's have the experts of the OPMs and architects kind of give us an idea of what that would look like if two projects were to be going on simultaneously, but that would require, again, public support, which we don't have 2/3 public support right now.
Well, if the same people show up.
Right, yeah, I'm just.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Krista, do you have your answer, or do you?
No.
Do you need something more from us?
Yeah, I think I know next steps.
Okay.
I mean, we'll go back to the design team and we'll let them know of the board's decision to delay and just get some understanding from them about what that would mean for their current contract with us and, potentially additional costs. We're gonna meet, we'll have a separate meeting with them and building users, facilities and recreation to identify some of the things that we probably should address in the interim. Some of the things that I think we had talked about pulling off as separate capital projects might be things that we need to move forward. An example is that we can't turn on the lights without flipping the breaker. We don't have switches in the second floor that work, so it's an electrical issue that we need to address. I mean, I don't know how complicated it is. It's not something we can't live with, but it's just a couple of things that we might want to address, understanding that we're not moving forward with the full project. And then we'll talk to, I think when we do the walkthrough at the community center, we'll have to, I don't think we're going to get all the answers immediately from public safety and building, but just have those conversations. I think sort of one thing that hasn't come up that, maybe it's just a detail, but there's fake walls in front of the windows, that you all know that. It could be from when it was display cases. So one of the things that we did talk about was somebody, library, community center project, those walls will come down, and so that's something that would contribute to the community center project in the long run, would certainly be beneficial to a temporary library space to just get more natural light. So some of those things I think we would talk through.
Okay, with that said, we'll move on to issues in the correspondence.
So-
Or did you-
Can we just summarize where we
You want-
landed? So
I thought she
Christie.
just did, but okay.
Well,
Go ahead.
well, okay, so, well, I guess, sorry, maybe it's because it's late. So you're gonna ask the OPM and architect what the impact is to the current contract in terms of delay. Will you be asking them if they would be helping with any sort of sequencing type discussion with the library professionals?
Yeah, I mean,
They've been doing that a little bit,
met
right?
With,
Okay.
I mean, a while ago, we met with them to talk about that. I mean, I guess it ultimately depends on what, I think we need to learn from public safety and building, what our options might be, and then kind of go from there, because
okay.
I mean, ultimately, if this board decides that it's 18 months, that's completely different than 6 months, and
Yep.
so,
Okay.
I mean, I think they're helpful. They'll help us. I don't know how much, you know, at what point that would trip like additional.
Understood.
costs.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Okay, anything
Thank you.
else? Yes, thank you. All right, moving on to issues and correspondence. I'll open it up to see if anybody has anything they'd like to share. Go ahead.
I'll just do real quick, just update. So Christie hit some of it. Municipal Building Committee, we met and, as she said, referred the golf back here. We are meeting again this Friday. Agenda posted to vote on the closeout of the Forbes building, which we think will be closed out, which will be nice. We also started this past Monday, capital expenditures planning is I'm the rep to that. So we heard from the first groups on that. We'll be meeting the next 2 Mondays at least. We'll get the final reports out from the department heads at our meeting this coming Monday. Then the first Monday in December will be our initial time to go through in terms of voting, whatever. But that committee is actively at work as we speak too. So those are just my updates.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ian.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Just very quickly, last week, the Westborough Affordable Housing Trust hosted a tour for our legislative delegation, as well, and Senator Jamie Eldridge, who's a statewide advocate for affordable housing. We toured the sites that the Housing Trust is currently active in and some other potential sites for projects, and discussed some of the issues that the trust is facing, being that our property sizes that are available, we expect to be available, are small, and the current state preference is for projects of 35 to 40 units or more. And so the state matching funds and the state loan programs are not readily available to us, and that could impact some of our projects. So some advocacy work there. And I want to appreciate them coming out and spending a couple hours driving around. I want to thank the public schools for lending us one of the Ranger buses so we could all ride together, and for allowing me to drive it because we couldn't find another driver. That worked out really well, and it was a good event. Want to congratulate Westborough High School women's volleyball for winning the state championship for the 3rd year in a row.
Dynasty.
Dynasty. It's there. And I just received word that the women's soccer team fell this evening in the semifinals after a really amazing season, another great season. So
Do we have a score?
I believe it was 5-2. So.
Okay, thank you, Al.
I had one more thing. Sorry, I forgot before you go over that side. Turkey Trot this Saturday. Hopefully, folks have already signed up, and T-shirt pickup begins Thursday and Friday night or Saturday morning. But always a great event. Typically close to 1,000 runners. So look forward to folks being there.
Want to see me run?
Could you waddle?
Turkey wobble.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
There you go. Good man.
We could have ended on that one. I do have a couple items. So I do want to, I'll start with the light part, which is Winter Light Celebration Sunday, December 1st, because we won't be meeting again until that. So That's the turning on the lights and the light parade downtown, starts at 5 p.m. at the Rotary. Come out, enjoy music, fun, lighthearted stuff. Congratulations to the volleyball team and as well as the football team. They made it to the playoffs and did lose, but ultimately, great job. The ARPA presentation brought to my attention, or a reminder of, there was a item on there for around hydrants and maintenance and all of that. And I would just ask at some point in the future, maybe with our DPW director and fire chief, that we get kind of an updated kind of plan of what is the schedule to replace or repair or maintain those hydrants, being that this article didn't make it out of the finance team, but I don't have any kind of visibility to where does that stand, and I just think we need some additional information. So I just put that on for a future agenda item at some point. And I would also just want to comment on it feels like 10 days ago now, open forum tonight, and that being that I think it's important for the public to understand that the town manager and her staff, but I'll speak specifically to our town manager, meet with a lot of people all the time. And it is certainly not an expectation of mine of her as her boss, or one of 5 of her bosses, that she is communicating publicly about what is happening in all of those meetings. She provides us with regular updates. I think she does an excellent job. The town manager updates, have continued to be, I think, a useful tool. They're posted regularly, but there's this perception, I think, there of, because a meeting took place, then therefore it needs to be conveyed. And that's not to say we shouldn't be transparent in our actions, but sometimes it's not that there is enough to communicate initially. There might need to be a discussion with the board or another committee or another department head. So I would ask for a little patience in that regard. And I also want to respond that I think that we are reprioritizing our work around the B-Wall. Patrick, you made the point that we're going to be having that joint meeting with the planning board. We now have you appointed, thank you very much, to be the liaison to the wastewater treatment. So things are moving. So I do take a bit of exception to, I welcome the comments at open forum, I always do, but I also want to ask for a little grace and patience as we bring this forward, and understand no one's doing anything nefarious and behind the scenes. So, come on. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Shelby. I just have a couple of things. I'll just inform the board that I did attend the wastewater treatment plant meeting on last Wednesday. I did request that they present to us. They have agreed to present their financial report to us in early February. Additionally, last week, Southborough reached out and asked, has shown interest in expanding, or seeing if there's any interest in expanding the wastewater treatment plant to accommodate Southborough as well. I have informed them that I reminded them that we have a sewer moratorium on right now, and that we are first going to be obviously looking at our needs. Certainly Shrewsbury is going to be looking at theirs, Hopkinton as well, before we would be entertaining any concept of expansion to support Southborough. With that said, I have also asked the wastewater treatment committee to also see if they would be able to present to us any current expansion plans at that February meeting, and if not, then when. So I hope to get some more information on that in the coming weeks. In regards to Sustainable Westborough meeting last night, the zero emissions vehicle policy has gone through a second round of review. No, I'll say a second round of edits based on feedback from the school committee, who rejected it. The two primary concerns that were expressed to me were concerns about the exemptions of school buses. So that has been accommodated in the new version, as well as the concerns in regards to the state's potential future changes through DOER in regards to future climate leader program requirements of that policy. And I'll just share with the board what I've shared with Steve Durrett, I will share with the rest of the school committee, is that the Climate Leaders Program and the Zero Emissions Vehicle Policy in no way expects any abdication of responsibilities or authority by either board. So at any point in time, that policy in the future could be rejected or rewritten by the board to accommodate or reject future requirements by the state, thus removing us from the Climate Leaders Program. Right now, we are working on a presentation for the school committee, and our hopes of getting it through the school committee, and at which time we would then come to the select board and present here. Sean already stole my thunder on Happy Thanksgiving and Happy Turkey Day. I hope everyone has a safe, secure Thanksgiving. And with that said, I will take a motion to go into executive session.
Move we enter into executive session under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy of the respective collective bargaining with the following unions: Department of Public Works, dispatchers, police patrol, and police supervisors, if the chair determines an open meeting would have a detrimental impact on the board's position. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations and contract negotiations with non-union personnel, Patrick Purcell and Christopher Paint. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, Ari Ferris Development Group LLC versus Town of Westborough, Lax Media LLC, and Lax Media MA LLC, Worcester Superior Court, CA number 2285CV01281. If the chair declares an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, Ari Town of Westborough versus Westborough SPE LLC, Boston Suffolk County Land Court, case number 19TL000768. If the chair declares an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, Ari Westborough SPE LLC versus Town of Westborough, et al., U.S. District Court, CA number 4:23 CV12017-MRG. If the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation regarding Westborough SPE LLC, U.S. Bankruptcy Court, case number 23-40709. If the chair declares an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A6, to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property at 231 Turnpike Road and 20 Phillips Street. If the chair declares that an open meeting may have detrimental effect on the board's negotiating position. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation arising from the Forbes Municipal Building project, if an open meeting may have detrimental effect on the litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares. And under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, to act under the authority of the Select Board to approve executive session minutes of October 22nd, 2024.
And I declare that that open meeting would have a detrimental effect to the town's litigating and negotiating position, and we will not be reconvening an open meeting. I'd like to thank Westborough TV. Everyone have a great night.
Second.
And thank you. Roll call vote.
Edinburgh, yes.
Johnson, yes.
Marshall, yes. Keo, yes.
And Welch, yes. Thank you.